A very warm welcome to everyone joining us for this year's Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. What started out as a top-class chess event has turned into a global sensation since 19-year-old Gukesh Domaraju beat the GOAT Magnus Carlsen and captured the attention of the entire world. The two are still in the race for the first place, but they are not alone. The field is incredibly tight, and with only 2 rounds to go, anyone can still win the tournament. Both Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women are heading for a dramatic photo finish. We are live from the beautiful city of Stavanger in Norway to bring you all the excitement of top-level chess, as well as to help you learn about this wonderful game, how the pieces move, how to checkmate your opponent so that you can beat your friends and colleagues in case you are about to get interested in this beautiful game and sport. I am your host, International Master Anna Rudolf, and I'm joined by an exceptional team of pundits here in the studio. We've got world-class commentator and coach Grandmaster Christian Chirila.
Good to see you, Anna, as always.
Indian chess legend and a 5-time world chess champion Viswanathan Anand.
Nice to be here, Anna.
And chess journalist and New in Chess editor Dirk-Jan Huizendam.
Wonderful to be here, Anna.
There's so many topics to cover today and all the action, of course, of day 9. But I want to start with this fact that we have a tournament that is wide open. Both Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women can be won basically by anyone. Dirk-Jan, why do you think it's that the case?
Well, that's the great thing about this unique scoring system. You have a classical game combined with Armageddon, and if you win a classical game, you can leap forward in the standing or catch up quickly. So these factors, they make it extremely thrilling and give even players who are slightly behind in the standings a chance to jump ahead. And in this case, it goes for almost anyone, so which is miraculous.
Very true. Vishy, when it comes to the fans and the viewers rooting for their favorite players, how exciting is this that anyone could still clinch the first place?
It's the best format for if you want excitement, because imagine that till the last moment you don't know who is going to win. Nobody's running away with. Nobody can follow a safe strategy. Everything is still on the line because 3 points give much more than a draw. And this means that in the last round, especially, all games will still be hard fought, and that I think is the reason this format works so well.
It works really well. Every day has been so exciting and the tension keeps building up. Christian, when it comes to day 9, what will be the key games you will be looking at? Norway Chess, Norway Chess Women.
I have to say, Anna, we are spoiled for choice because every single day we have so many exciting games. But of course, today it's the El Clasico, the big battle between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. These two players know each other so well. I'm expecting a big clash in this one. And the one between Ju and June in Norway Chess Women and Anna Muzchuk, who has been co-leading and leading sometimes for a long time. This one is going to be huge as well.
Absolutely huge. And let's take a look at what happened the day before yesterday. Yesterday was a rest day, but on day 8, we had some dramatic and very important clashes. Vishy, what happened in Norway Chess Women? Which game would you highlight?
I would highlight the game between Sara Kadem and Koneru Humpy, because this is the game that enabled Koneru Humpy to take the lead. She's in fact winning, but roundabout here, she gives Sara a chance. Sara initially takes it, but then a further mistake, and suddenly the game swung back. And here you see the advantage of a classical win. It leapwalks you back into the lead. So Koneru shoots past Ju Wenjun and is now the sole leader.
And this was one of the big classical victories, the only big classical victory in Norway Chess won from the previous round. Koneru Humpy winning with the black pieces against Arakadem. Anand Muzichuk and Vaishali won their respective Armageddons against LEI Tingjie and the world champion Ju Wenjun.
As Vishy highlighted, that means that Humpy is now in the sole lead, 1 point ahead of Ju Wenjun and Anand Muzichuk. But because of the special format here, anyone out of the top 5 can still win the tournament. And when it comes to excitement, oh boy, we had so much of that also in Norway Chess. Christian.
Absolutely. There was a big clash between Eric Gaisi, the madman of chess, and Fabiano Caruana, who was leading the tournament up to that point. And in fact, he got a great position. But at this point, Eric Gaisi found an incredible tactic, gave up the pawn, free up the h-file, and queen e5. That was a mistake, a blunder by Fabiano. From a drawish position to a completely losing position, he realizes it's a tragedy for the American, and Eric Gaisi is putting the finishing touches right here, right now. Picks up that final rook, and that's it. That's all she wrote. Fabiano, with a lot of frustration on his mind, resigns this game. And let's take a look at the results. That was not the only big decisive results in classical. Hikaru Nakamura defeated the world champion Gukesh Damaraju as well. Just an incredible game with the white pieces. Wei defeated Magnus Carlsen in the Armageddon after an incredible blunder by the #1 chess player on the planet. And how about the standings?
Because all the players at the top of the standings lost, they are still in the lead, but it's getting tighter and tighter. Fabiano, half a point ahead of Magnus Carlsen, who is half a point ahead of Hikaru and Gukesh. Hikaru, by beating Gukesh, is now in shared 3rd place. And anyone in Norway Chess can still win the tournament out of the top 5 players, which is incredible. And that is thanks to this very special format here in Stavanger.
It's an absolutely trend-setting format here at Norway Chess. It's a double round robin in both events, meaning everybody plays everybody with both the white and the black pieces. The time control is 120 minutes plus 10 seconds bonus starting from move 41. So you don't get any increment up until move 41. If the game is drawn, then we go straight into an Armageddon. The scoring system is as follows. For a classical victory, you get 3 points, no points if you lose in classical. For an Armageddon victory, you get that additional half a point, 1.5 points total. And for an Armageddon loss, 1 point. And what are these players fighting for, Anand?
The stakes are so high, Christian, as high as 1,690,000 Norwegian crowns in each tournament. That is Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, 2 tournaments running parallelly in the same playing hall with the same format and the same prize fund. This is a groundbreaking initiative by Norway Chess to set a new standard and promote gender equality in the sport. And when it comes to today's round at Norway Chess Women, there is going to be so much to look forward to. Dirk-Jan, what would you highlight as the key game of the day, in your opinion?
Well, I would say there's 2 key games. There's the leader, Humpy Koneru, against LEI Tingjie, and there's Ju Wenjun and Anand Muzichuk, who are very close behind. And yeah, very difficult to say who's the favorite here. But what we should admire in Humpy is her straight 3 wins in the classical games. That's what has so far sets her apart for the others. Let's see if she can continue that.
Let's see, indeed. And we will take a look at the highest rated female players, player profile, because there's so much to highlight there, Vishy. Ju Wenjun.
Yes, she's a 5-time women's world champion and reigning. She's a 2-time rapid champion, and she's the reigning blitz champion as well. So classical and blitz champion currently. And on top of that, she's the 5th woman to reach a 2600 ELO rating. I think just amazing player.
An incredible career indeed, and her opponent is Anand Muzichuk, who is world #7 and a 3-time women's world champion in blitz and rapid. She finished 2nd here last year, right behind Ju Wenjun, so I think she's extremely motivated to win today and jump ahead of Ju Wenjun. But I think we have the right people to talk to when it comes to this matchup. That is Anna and Ju Wenjun right now at the playing venue. Let's interview them.
Anna, how was your rest day? Did you recharge your batteries before the final push?
Yeah, rest day is always great, so glad to have it and ready for
For the next battle. Both you and also Ju are very solid this tournament. Can we expect today to be also solid, or do you think we'll see some risks on the board?
Mainly depends on what white wants, and I am playing with black pieces, so hard to say, but yeah, the game is important.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Zhu, today you have a very important match, but first of all, how was your rest day? Did you manage to recharge your energy?
Yeah, yesterday it was a free day, so I take a walk around, and also I feel very relaxed and comfortable.
You're now currently just 1 point behind the lead. Can we expect to see some risks today in this game since you have white pieces against Anna?
I don't know, probably.
We're looking forward to it. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Vishy, I would love to hear your thoughts on the players' mood and getting to the venue and your prediction on what's going to happen in this game.
As usual, they are tense. You get more and more tense leading up to the game. I think Zhu Wenjun's style suggests that even if she plays something a bit more calm, a bit more placid, she will still try to press a lot because technical play is her forte.
Very true. I'm so curious if we're going to see a decisive result in classical between the two ladies, or if it's going to go to Armageddon. We do have so much to look forward to at Norway Chess as well. Round 9, Christian.
Absolutely. So let's take a look at this one. Hikaru Nakamura facing Arjun Erigaisi. It seems like it's 0-0 in that one with 2 draws. No decisive results between these two players. Definitely looking for that one. Gukesh defeated Wei twice in their respective career. Wei definitely will be looking to stop the Gukesh train. And of course, the big marquee matchup of the day is Magnus Carlsen. 14 victories against Fabiano's only 6 with 40 draws. These two players know each other so well.
You have mentioned that this is the Classico, and they have faced each other so many times. Magnus Carlsen against Fabiano Caruana.
Absolutely. They faced each other so many times in so many different time controls over so many years as well. In fact, they played a match, a World Championship match in 2018 in London that was very hard fought with a lot of draws. But in the end, it was Magnus Carlsen who defeated Fabiano in rapid. 14 victories against 6. They're very close in age as well. Fabiano was number 2 in the world for so many consecutive mounts, right now at number 4, and is definitely going to be looking to potentially score a victory as well. Maybe take advantage of the fact that I expect Magnus to try to go guns blazing in today's round.
Interesting thought. I'm also curious, Durkan, how do you see this matchup, and what is your prediction? What's going to happen?
Well, they both have to deal with something that is one of the most difficult elements in chess, and that is to find your footing again after you lost a dramatic game. Magnus Carlsen in the previous round, he had this very atypical dropping a piece against Wei Yi in the Armageddon and losing that game. And, well, we've seen the tragedy of Fabiano Caruana when he was totally winning. And in fact, he could have been 3.5 points in the lead, which would have been a really commanding lead. And instead, it's only half a point because he lost that dramatic game against Arjun. We will see if Magnus will put on the screws today. I mean, is he back, or is he still doubting about classical chess? What will be his mood? Yes.
Is that Magnus's car right there? Is that why we're staying on this car for so long?
We're waiting for him to exit the car.
There's something happening in that car, right?
Is he going to leave the car? Magnus Carlsen just about to arrive. And we do have an interview with Fabiano Caruana.
Fabiano, how is your mood and energy after the rest day?
It's a bit better. It was very tiring, of course. I'm still a bit tired, but it's a bit better now that we had a rest day.
What can we expect from Magnus from today? Because we are not clear if he's going to go straight into Armageddon. Do you think he's still ambitious?
I think he's always ambitious, but I don't know his plans, of course. But either way, I'll be ready.
We're looking forward for the match.
Thanks.
And I would love to have your thoughts on that Grandmaster timing. He was waiting in the car until it was 1 minute to go. Is it to dodge the interviews, you think?
Well, or it is some, I don't know. He's been arriving half a minute before the game and not 1 minute. So maybe he was counting seconds. I don't know. But he's here, and that's the main thing. And I hope he'll come out with guns blazing. So...
I do think that he's going to come guns blazing. It doesn't seem like, those couple of days where he wanted to get a rest in classical, played very softly. It didn't go so well in Armageddon. It went well in the first day against Hikaru, but not the second day against Wei. So definitely, I do believe that Magnus is back in classical mode and he wants to get a victory in this one with the white pieces. And that would keep him very close to the top, maybe even give him the lead going into the final round. It all depends on every single individual result because we have so many players close to the top.
Very much so, and it's just incredible to think back of the previous rounds, and if we reflect on Magnus's game against Gukesh, that he was winning, and if he had won, he would have taken a huge lead. Same goes to Fabiano, that he was better or winning against Arjun Erigaisi, and he ends up losing it. Either of them, if they had won that game, there would have been a huge lead for Magnus or for Fabiano. But instead, what we have is a tournament that is wide open and the El Clasico that will potentially decide a huge part of that leaderboard. Who is going to be the first one, the one that's standing at the very top after today's game?
Vishy, what's your prediction?
I think it could go either way depending on Magnus's mood, but I'll just point out one thing. He does have a second strategy, which is to draw this game, go for the Armageddon. Given his past record, he has a right to believe that he's probably the favorite in Armageddon. In fact, he chose this exact strategy for the World Championship. Drew the 12th game because he thought, I can go for the Armageddon.
He was even better in the 12th game.
Exactly.
And he said draw, yeah.
So he can do that, and he only needs an Armageddon win to catch up with Fabi. So that's just one argument. I don't know that he will do that to this, but he has two reasonable choices.
That makes a lot of sense. And in fact, we have some interesting already opening choice by Magnus. D4, D5, C4, E6. That is somewhat unexpected. I did expect Magnus to start with E4. D4 I haven't seen from him in a long time. And now, of course, he's back to his beloved Catalan setup with G3. What do we mean by the Catalan? The Catalan is going to be with the bishop on G2, giving up, enticing black to take on C4 and accept the sacrifice. And then Magnus has played this in the World Championship match setting against Nepo, and he was very successful as well. He sort of started this trend of the Catalan being it was always one of the most respected openings in chess, but definitely he brought it back on the scene. What do you think of this opening moves, Vishy?
I think also there's a point where he played G3 quite early, maybe to eliminate certain options for Fabiano, I suspect. Yeah. So it looks like a standard opening choice, but even on the way you notice these details, I think both of them know precisely what they want. Evidently, one D4 could not be something that Fabi could ignore. And I think Magnus relies on the Catalan a lot when he needs a win. So he believes in the opening, and that's a good choice for us.
It means that he's ambitious. Sorry, I didn't mean to
I was just about to say the same thing.
Is this what it means? Are we going to see Magnus Carlsen back in his fighting mode? Is he going to try to win in Classical? Is that what you're saying, Vishy?
I think we're on the same wavelength, Anna. Vishy.
Yes, certainly. I'm only saying he has done this, and so it's something he's dependent on the past. That's a good sign.
That is a great sign indeed, and we are excited as fans, as spectators. I think we couldn't be more excited to see that there is ambition, and Fabiano himself is a very ambitious player, so we are going to be here in for a thrill. Now, before we go into the depths of the opening, I do want to help our viewers with something that is important to know if you're just starting out with chess, and that is, what is this opening phase about? What do you do at the start of the game in chess? And we have someone special to explain to you what's going on, and his name is Gukesh Damaraju. He's the reigning World Chess Champion. Over to you, Gukesh.
The goal of the opening is to develop your pieces and to control the central four squares, the E4, D4, E5, D5 squares. And in general, it's always a good idea to open up your bishops, move your knights, and try to get your king safe early with the castling. There's the kingside castling, and there's the queenside castling.
That is the reigning World Chess champion Gukesh helping us out here with the explanation on what is the opening phase of the game and what do you do in the opening. Christian, were you able to follow the moves that he was showing?
I don't think I was.
Special board. It was a very, very pretty but very special chess board.
But conceptually, I can try to sort of explain it. Vishy does have a thought before I get
Not
into
a thought.
that.
I can help you with the moves.
Oh, perfect. Okay, perfect. You were actually following. Excellent.
Yes. So it's good to bring out your pieces as black.
So I will say probably something
No,
like
I'll
this.
tell you the exact moves he showed.
Yes.
Because he didn't make any moves for white. He went d5, bishop f5, knight c6, knight f6, e6, bishop e7, and he said it's an excellent idea to castle short.
Yes.
Or if you're in the mood, to castle long.
Castle long. Absolutely, absolutely. Just to see exactly what he meant by that, something along the lines of get the bishops out. It's all about the center. These are the 4 squares that he highlighted as the center. These are the 4 squares that you should be fighting for as early as move 1. Bishop f5, I'm just going to make some random moves for white as well. Knights go out. The bishop went out already. And it's all about making the connection between the rooks. How do you do that? By castling and getting the queen out of the way as well. E3, E6. Let's add another bishop as well. This is the ideal setup, let's say, of development for black. And then next move, I'm just simply going to go either long if you're in a fighting mood, either short castle if you're in a more peaceful situation. But again, this has nothing to do with what we have on the position in the game of Magnus versus Fabiano, because sometimes, you know, the experts break the rules. And that's exactly sort of what we're seeing right now. We're still having a big fight for the center. The knights, as you can see, are already established there. The pawn on d4. This bishop has been nicely opened up at the expense of a pawn. So right now, white lost a pawn, sacrificed a pawn. Black is material up in terms of material balance, but nevertheless, white has a lot of compensation given by the bishop, given by the pressure on the c-file, and potentially given by this backwards pawn on c7 that will be targeted in the future.
Dirkian, I would love to have your thoughts on this opening choice by Magnus that he's sacrificing a pawn.
Yes, well, that definitely looks very ambitious. It is a very difficult opening, the Catalan. Black has to be very precise, and I think by sacrificing that pawn, white spices up the game even more. No doubt, Christian and Vishy can tell us if this has been played before. I don't doubt it, and they are still taking decisions of how long to follow the examples that we know, or where to deviate.
Who will get the first surprise? A good question indeed. What are the predictions here at the studio? I'm going to take your one first, Christian. Who will be the one to surprise whom? Or is this already a surprise for Fabiano, do you think?
I think already we have an answer to that. I do think that Fabiano has been surprised by Magnus's opening choice. Again, the big question coming into this one, and Fabiano was asked about it, was whether he expects Magnus to be in a fighting mood or not. And he said that he's going to be ready for both. Whether he wants to make a quick draw with the white pieces, he's not going to fight that. Look, he has the black pieces, Fabi that is. He's going to welcome a peaceful result in classical, and after that, fight it off in the Armageddon. But right now, we're seeing that Magnus definitely wants to fight in this one. These two players are also representing the same organization, the same esports organization, that is Team Liquid. So definitely you have some rivalry already brewing in that regard. It's an interesting one. It's a sacrifice that has been played before. And I can tell you, I've analyzed the Catalan with Fabi quite recently a lot, and I still don't remember much. That's just simply because you have so many options for both sides. And right now, obviously, Magnus has chosen an option that Fabiano, despite the fact that he has analyzed and probably has prepared the Catalan for this game, he probably just simply does not remember. Or if he does, he's trying to make sure that he remembers the right details.
Vishy, how dangerous this line can be if Fabi doesn't remember it accurately?
Very good question, and I want to add something to what Christian said. He said he had looked at the Catalan recently and he still doesn't remember because there were like 5 choices earlier for black, 5 respectable systems, a couple of questionable ones, and within those, the details multiply. I think it's fair to say that Fabi checked the Catalan today. I mean, how could he not? But Magnus has managed to find a line, which honestly is slightly obscure, but that means that even though Fabi has probably seen the position before, he's hazy on the details. And that's what White was aiming for. Because if White knows exactly how things are supposed to shape up from here, and Black is hazy, it's easy to make a mistake. It's similar to a lot of things that Fabi and Magnus have studied in the Catalan. So there's no reason to say that it's a hopeless task for Fabiano. But, the cat is among the pigeons. We have, I think Fabi has definitely been surprised, and we'll have to see if he's up to the task.
And I can sort of explain this move, bishop to a3, and what it tries to accomplish is from a strategical point of view. And it's all about the square c5 and the exchange of the dark square bishops. You want to exchange the dark square bishops, and you want to pile on the square on c5. So, for example, after bishop takes a3, knight takes a3, let's say knight to d7, I will definitely shy away from this trade. The more you trade, the closer you get to the end game, where that extra pawn is going to matter quite a lot. So what I want as White conceptually is leave as many pieces on the board as possible. So that's why we're probably going to see a knight drop to d3, and now we're going to see this battle. White is going to try to get to that square on c5, probably after rook to c1, maybe get the knight to c5, or maybe just keep the knight on d3 for the moment and keep that threat in his bag. And at the right moment, of course, I will also be looking at ideas of pushing in the center, taking full control in the center with the move e4 and forcing a reaction from that knight. Once this knight moves, I will have access to the c7 pawn, so I can try to re-establish the material balance. These are conceptually the plans in this position.
Those were very well explained, Christian. And just an additional question to all of you that makes me wonder if Fabiano will end up spending a good bit of time. Is this good news for us for a potential confessional visit by Magnus Carlsen? He hasn't been there in a while. Dirk-Jan, do you think that he'll be in the mood to go back to the confessional several times, try to get the leaderboard top place from Hikaru? Because I bet by now Hikaru is leading the confessional visits.
I definitely hope so, because it would give us more insights in his plans. He's been very open about what he's doing in the games. So yes, please go and catch up with Hikaru. Although today is a marvelous day for Hikaru to score confessional points as well. I hope we'll see both of them in the confessional several times.
We absolutely hope so. And while Fabiano is thinking, let's also take a look at Norway Chess Women and the game of the leader at Norway Chess Women, that is Humpy Koneru. She's got the black pieces today. She is ahead of the field, but as we mentioned, thanks to the very special format here in Stavanger, any of the top 5 players at Norway Chess Women can still win the tournament. And LEI Tingjie is the one with the white pieces, the world number 3 among women and women's world champion challenger. Christian, what do we have here on the board, even if we don't go through all the moves, but just explaining what are the players aiming for?
Absolutely. It's a much slower position than what we've seen in the previous game, the one of Magnus Carlsen versus Fabiano. The pawn structure, it's much more balanced in this one. Nobody has the material advantage either. So what we're going to see most likely from the white side is later on, after we finish development. You can do that, by the way, in a few ways. You can do it with the knight coming to f3, the most typical way of finishing up the development of that knight. But now that the knight is on g1, or on its initial square, you can also have ideas of maybe getting it to e2 and then supporting the push in the center. Once again, we're seeing the same idea. Push in the center. That's what both of these players are trying to keep an eye out on. Black is going to try to keep an eye out, as in, I'm going to need to prepare my reaction for when white is going to push in the center. Black does not really have a way to push in the center because this pawn on the c file is not on the e file, so you don't get e5 in this position. Now, if you do go knight to e2, for example, in this position, let's say we're continuing with development, castle, castle, get the king to safety, and then we see ideas of f3 in the position. e4 is going to come. White has another very typical plan in this position, and that is something that we call the minority attack. What do I mean by that? I mean, I'm going to attack with these 2 pawns against 3. So these 2 pawns are in the minority, but they're still very powerful. And what you're going to try to do is create a hook against this pawn on c6. And these are the strategical plans. Of course, a lot of details need to be set in place to be successful with your initiative. Vishy, do you have anything to add to that? And by the way, we do have a move before we get to that. Knight decided to go on its usual square on f3.
Yes, I was wondering if f4 was worth trying.
f4, that's a big question.
Because black has put the bishop in front where it's, can be trapped if I play f5. Obviously, black won't allow that. Yeah,
that's a
this
trap.
will be... So the knight is blocking the bishop's way back. But anyway, I was just wondering, because that is also very committal for white. It might be a reasonable move.
It is a reasonable move. It definitely is a reasonable move. It has been played before. Generally, right now you have to be very precise with the black pieces because you don't have a lot of options. You do not want to allow f5. You don't want really to take a very passive approach, move the knight away, because then the knight will find a beautiful...
I was wondering about h6 and g5. But
that's the move.
Yeah,
yes.
okay, even, yeah.
That's exactly the way you should be playing. But then it gets very, very complicated, and we're not going to go deep into that. But yes, this is the way to combat that. And if she would have opted for this move f4, we would have had a huge fight out of the opening because h6, g5 blows the position wide open. We have knight f3, and I do think that we're going to see much more of a quiet approach connected potentially with the minority attack on the queen side.
Anyway, my feeling is black is the worst for this move because at least all the traditional ways of equalizing for black aren't available. I'll give you one example. If black had played bishop e7, for instance, at some point the move knight e4 is an equalizing resource.
Yes.
Where you liberate your pieces a little bit.
It's all about the exchanges, right?
Exchanges.
You want to exchange, you want to simplify the position.
The problem is, though, that in this position, the queen on the queen, which will come to e7. So if we try castles, knight e4, I'll just make my point, queen e7. You capture on e4. I capture and you, well, probably with the knight was better, but anyway. And let's say you capture on e4. Now that queen isn't defending the pawn on e4 because of this bishop on e6.
Yes.
So it's an awkward move. If Humpy has analyzed it and has some feasible solution, that's fine. Perhaps knight e8 is a different option, but right now I'm sort of skeptical of her setup. But
with the bishop on e6.
With the bishop on e6. Yes. But she could well have made it work, so let's wait.
It does seem like this is something that she prepared. It's an option. It's not an unusual option. But right now, after h6, bishop to f4 was just played by Tingjie. Again, fight for the center. This bishop is looking straight at that center, and these are the type of ideas that we're going to see. Black can pursue, let's say, this trade after knight to h5, try to take on f4. If you don't do that, for example, if you lose a tempo with bishop to e7, a very natural move, I can play the move h3. This looks like a nice Mickey Mouse move, a very small, quiet move, but in fact, it has a lot of impact because now after knight to h5, you're looking at my bishop and I drop it back. I hide. I run away with my bishop. I'm not giving you my dark square bishop. It's a bit more complex than that, but this is what we're seeing right now.
Vishy, you have a follow-up thought, I see.
Can you explain to me, is a Mickey Mouse move a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a good thing.
It's a good thing.
It's a good thing.
All right,
Honestly,
awesome.
I also haven't heard
Generally,
of it.
the way I look at it, it's a good
Mickey
thing.
Mouse
It looks
move.
like a bad thing, a small thing that doesn't really make a great impact, but it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it now an official chess term?
No.
Like trap and pin and discovery?
We're adding Mickey Mouse move.
We're adding Mickey Mouse to the menu.
I think there was a football trainer who was speaking about Mickey Mouse competitions and comparing that to the Premier League, and so we'll have to convince him that it's a good thing.
Well, this is also the way I think Hikaru mentioned it when he was saying that he's going to play some small events, try to get his
That
games
didn't
on.
sound like a compliment.
That was not a compliment. That is not a compliment. Yes, he was like, I'm going to play some Mickey Mouse tournaments somewhere outside of the US. But yes,
So that's
In
how.
this context, Mickey Mouse is good, at least from my perspective. I don't know. You tell me.
I like Mickey Mouse. So.
Yeah.
It sounds fun. I have not heard of this term before, so I'm learning a lot from you, Christian. Mickey Mouse. And we do see a move by Humpy that is the pawn push attacking the bishop. So this
Whoa.
is now going sharper. It's going to be a lot more concrete than that slow maneuvering and the traditional position.
This is what we call a very committal move. You're attacking the bishop, you're putting a lot of pressure early on, but you're also creating structural weaknesses. Generally, we're not supposed to move the pawns in front of what could be our castle on G8. So that signals the fact that maybe we're even going to see a long castle from Humpy. Vishy.
Yeah, I mean, at the risk of repeating myself, I'll say again, h6 and g5 is a well-known plan with the bishop on c8.
Yes.
So once again, I'm wondering if this combines well. Now look, modern engines allow you to question everything and find new ways to make things work. But I remain skeptical about this particular combination.
It seems to be her preparation, but I also know, other than the current opening line on the board by Humpy, I also know that she's really good at explaining what we have brought up. What is castling? Humpy, over to you.
Castling is very important in the game, like to secure the king. The whole game runs about the central control and also about securing the king. So usually in the opening part, either of the player tries to develop the pieces, kingside pieces, knight and bishop, and then try to castle. This is how we castle. The king moves 2 squares and the rook comes over here. So this is short castle. And we have one more option of doing a long castle where the rook crosses 2 squares and comes here. So there will be certain positions where castling is not possible. If, let's say, if opponent is controlling this diagonal, this square, any of these squares which the king has to pass, then castling is not possible and the king will be stuck in the center. So we always try to do castling as early as possible to develop the pieces and to castle and to take the central control. That's the basic rules of the game. If either bishop, knight or queen, anything controls any of these squares, castling is not possible.
And Humpy, what happens if I first move the rook and then king is possible?
No. It's you can't touch the rook if you want to castle. If the rook if you move the rook, then you lose the chance of doing a castle again. So it should always start with the king.
Yeah, thanks.
For breaking down how to castle, and will she want to castle in this game? Will she castle short or long, as she mentioned? Let's take a look at those options for both players. So as you see, both the white king and the black king are on the original square, and they could go either side. You can go to the right or you can go to the left. Which one would be safer for each player, Christian?
Well, I just want to point out the fact that what she was showing, the way that after bishop to g7, for example, bishop goes here, and now the king cannot castle. There's nothing in the way, but there's something cutting that way, and that is this bishop on d6. So right now, this is an illegal move. You simply cannot castle. This is what she meant when she was making those explanations. In terms of safety, I do think that she's going to castle all the way to the other side. So for example, g5, bishop to g3, let's say bishop to e7. Queen goes out either to a5 or to b6, and then at the right moment, you're going to castle long. I do think that that's what she wants to do in this position, but maybe she has different plans, because even though the fact that you have already those pawns on h6 and g5 and you've weakened the structure in front of your king, it doesn't seem like white has a clear way to attack it. I can see h4, but h4 is always going to be met with g4. So there's a lot of critical elements that are playing into how the next few moves and what Humpy's reaction and decision will be regarding her castle.
And I think the reason why Christian is highlighting castling on the left side of the board for black is because if you do go to the right side, that means that the pawns that are supposed to be your bodyguards, the pawns that are supposed to protect your king, they are already advanced. And there's one rule in chess that's extremely important. Pawns only go forward. You can never put that pawn back. They can never help your king out. So you want to make sure that when you castle on the flank, on the side of the board, where you have the bodyguards helping you out. Therefore, castling to the left here is safer than castling on the right side.
Even though castling on the left side does seem to bring its own risks as well into question, especially because this bishop is still on this diagonal and it's cutting the way for the king to go to safety in the corner. Vishy, what's your take on this?
I have to show you a cheapo.
Yes, please,
Cheapo.
please do.
Please explain also what's a cheapo in chess.
A
Vishy.
cheapo was what we used to say, but now that has been superseded by Mickey Mouse.
No, Mickey Mouse is good.
Mickey Mouse is good. No?
Mickey Mouse is
Cheapo
good.
is playing for small tricks against the train of the thread of the position.
Yes.
Okay. Let me do something random. Queen A5.
So I'm going to get a queen out on this side. Yes, let's say castle, queen to a5, and you're setting up for this idea.
Yeah, I'm wondering how to get rid of that queen, though, the black queen. Well, because every square I'm running into a problem. Anyway, I'll show you the idea. Queen A4.
Yes.
You play queen takes C3.
Maybe even like this. I think I know what you want.
Yeah, okay. Then that's nicer. Castle long, rook to C1. And when you play knight H5...
I'm going for your king, for your bishop.
Rook takes C6. Thank you, Christian. This is nicer than queen takes C3. B takes C6 and bishop A6. And you've been, the dark bishop is taking away everything on that diagonal and this. You're caught between two bishops.
What is this? Is this like a... I don't know. How do you call this? We have pins, we have forks. Like, what is this? This pattern should have a name.
I'm going to name this
the two sabers, like
pincer.
A pincer. Okay, the bishop pincer, right there. There you have it. That's a checkmate.
This I've seen very often with the queen sacrifice on C6 and mate. It's not a funny idea. Quite often it's a serious thing. We illustrated a bit thing. But the moment I see a bishop on G3 and a pawn on C6 and a king going to that side, that comes to my mind.
The pincer.
So
there
a
you
pincer.
Or a laser show.
I like the laser show as well.
Laser show as well.
And the lightsabers, Christian. There's so many cool names, and we would love to have the viewers involved. So if you have a suggestion, make sure that you somehow send it our way on social media. For instance, it's hashtag Norway Chess on any social media platform. Before we continue with the game analysis, I do want to bring our conversation toward a topic that has been highly discussed here in Stavanger because of Magnus Carlsen partially and what happened in the game against Gukesh, but starting on the broader term, GOAT. The greatest of all time. When it comes to female players, I think it's easier to establish who has been the strongest of all time in history. Dirkjan, for the viewers that may not be that familiar with everyone in the chess world, how would you introduce who is the strongest female chess player?
I think there's very little doubt that Judith Polgar is the GOAT, the greatest of all time. I think the greatest of all time was first, it was Muhammad Ali, who was, I think, the first greatest of all time. So we happily copy that to various sports and also to chess. But that's Judith on the right. And, well, her results have been incredible. She's the only woman who entered the overall top 10 in the world. And, well, there's this legendary quote from Vishy when he was asked about Judith and said, okay, I'm not thinking about her as a strong female player, but she's just one of the boys. And so that was how she has been seen in the chess world, and rightly so.
And in terms of the overall top ranking, I think there's quite an open debate about who has been the greatest of all time when it comes to top-level chess. I think we have a photograph from a few days ago that might help with the GOAT term here from the Cowboy Challenge. The GOAT with the GOAT, Magnus the Lone Goat Carlsen. $10,000 reward. Wow. I think we've spotted him. We could definitely claim this reward.
I mean, in Magnus's shoes, I would be offended. Only 10,000. What's that?
Is he the GOAT of chess? I would like to have this as an open conversation here in the studio. And who are the other candidates for this title when it comes to chess history and all the world champions considered for this competition? Who is the best? Vishy, I think your name definitely belongs on that list, so maybe I should not include you. You should vote for yourself, by the way. Like we have the 5-time world chess champion with us here in the studio, so definitely very much in the conversation there for the GOAT candidate. Who else comes to mind, Christian, when it comes to GOAT?
Well, I would say probably Garry Kasparov is one of the GOATs. Magnus right now, he's making a clear claim towards that title as well, and Bobby Fischer also. So there's a big conversation, of course. Vishy sitting next to us, the 5-time world champion, but it's difficult. It's very difficult. We've been having this type of conversation in every single sport, and everybody has a different opinion. I would say that some elements should be prioritized. For example, I would not put Fischer in the GOAT conversation just for the simple fact that he does not have the longevity. He was an extremely impactful world champion, especially culturally at that time as well, but he just simply does not have longevity. From my perspective, longevity is key, and in that regard, Garry dominated the chess world for about 2 decades, 20, 21 years. Won a lot of titles, won 6 world championship titles. So definitely, in my estimation, Garry, I would say probably is the GOAT. And it's very close to Magnus as well. And we can continue that discussion, but I first want to hear the answer from the other pundits that we have here on the panel.
Well, longevity is definitely a factor that is very important, and the 20 years that Garry Kasparov was leading the world rankings, that says something. But on the other hand, that would mean that somebody like Paul Morphy, who was a stellar player in the 19th century, and he totally dominated the chess world, that he doesn't have a chance because he was only around for 2 years, and in those 2 years he won everything that could be won. So it is very difficult to come up with objective criteria. And let's say when people ask me who's the GOAT, and these days it's mostly between Garry Kasparov and Magnus Carlsen, then I say, well, let's say for me, not to call any of those two the GOAT feels stupid because their careers have been so stupendous. Same time, you look at the number of tournaments that Vishy won, the 5 times world champion. I mean, so where are you going to put him? It's very tempting to have this wish to speak about the GOAT, but it also is very complicated. Maybe it's a very personal thing, and it's also something that is very much connected to the time. I mean, now the fans these days, they will be inclined to call Magnus the GOAT because that's the champion that they see. I mean, for me, it's more tempting to speak about Garry Kasparov because I've seen him for so many years. At the Olympiad, I heard a conversation between 2 old legends of the game, Lajos Portis and Eugene Toro from the Philippines. And Lajos Portis, Hungarian champion, he said, "Oh, did you hear? They called Magnus the GOAT at some dinner." I said, "What about Bobby Fischer? What about Bobby Fischer?" And of course, he was a player who analyzed with Bobby Fischer a lot, and he has seen him from close up. So difficult to say. But it's an interesting conversation if you also include other players like. In the era of Kasparov, where we had Vishy, we had Kramnik. I mean, just look at everything that they won. I mean, how are you going to... well, I would say, please don't forget to admire that.
Very good points brought up by the panel here, and I would love to again extend this conversation to our viewers. So make sure to send your comments our way with the hashtag Norway Chess if you'd like to get into this conversation. And who is the GOAT in your opinion? Who are the players you're rooting for here? Because we'll definitely discuss throughout the show also who will be the GOAT, who are the future of chess. But right now, who potentially is the GOAT, his name is Magnus Carlsen, and he is in the confessional booth.
I'm really interested to see what Fabi has up his sleeve here, since what he's chosen here is like, it's not the most obvious continuation in the last few moves if he wants to kind of try and simplify everything. The way that he plays, I think, I don't like, since this is not like the biggest problem generally that White has in this line, this is not something that I, off the top of my head, like know a lot about, more than that it's kind of not worse for White, and the game doesn't end here, which is kind of generally what you hope for in the opening these days. So maybe he's worked out some solution. He's thinking a little bit. That could be because he's just trying to recall something. But I would say overall, it's been like a moderate success so far.
A moderate success, as Magnus Carlsen has put what happened in the opening, and it's great news that he's back in the confessional. That's a good sign. He's got more time. He's happy with the opening, and he has gone to the confessional booth, looking good for the world #1 from all those factors. Christian, your thoughts?
I would say it's more than a moderate success. I would say it's a clear success, mostly because a couple of moves ago, despite the fact that, you know, White has a lot of compensation, even the computer was showing that Black is slightly better. Right now already, with a pawn down, White is better according to the engine. You can see the bar moving in his favor. So that means that he has not enough compensation, more than enough compensation, which means that Black probably, up to this point, has not made the most precise moves. What he means by this is that you have a clear plan as White. You can put this rook either to c1 or to a1, mostly to a1 right now, with this rook on a3, after the exchange of the dark square bishops. And then I'm going to start looking at this weakness, the pawn on a6, most likely via the move knight to b4. The question is, how are you going to continue placing your pieces as Black? And I don't see a clear answer, because whenever you go queen to e7, I have ideas. First of all, you're leaving this pawn on c7 unattended. Not only that, but sometimes you might be even looking at ideas of e5 and a lot of tactics on this diagonal. So that's a problem. What I see as Black, as a potential idea in this position, is to try to push forward with the pawn a5, pawn on the side. And going back to what Magnus was saying, that should be the goal for Black, and that is to simplify the position. This is what a5 is going to do. a5, a4, what I do want is maybe even give up the extra pawn that I have after the move a4, but exchange a lot of pieces on the way. And if I manage to achieve that, then I will be able to simplify the position. This is the goal for Black. You want to simplify the position. White got what he wanted, and that is the game continues out of the opening with a slight advantage right now and an easy path for White, while Black still is struggling to find the right approach. I think Magnus has definitely an opening success in this one. Vishy, how do you see this one?
Yes, I was thinking slightly more in concrete fashion that how is Black going to stop b4 and knight b3?
With a5.
And then that I came to the idea that it must be a5.
Yes.
And after rook f a1, which is awkward-ish, I could go c6. No, rook a5.
Just to show this, let's say you try to defend like this after knight to b3.
Well, you have to watch out for the e4 pawn, but that's the plan.
Let's say I get this position, right? With these beautiful knights, choosing between these two squares, c5 or a5, you're going to have huge problems, huge strategical problems, because you're just simply unable to free up, to get a more active position. And White has absolutely all the cards at this point.
I guess this is what we would call a positional threat at this point. This is what White wants to do.
Yes, absolutely. So a5. How do we continue after this?
It isn't as easy for White as you might think, because if rook f a1, c6, I might have to play e5, but then I get knight e4. This is quite nice. Because now I'm really clamping on c5 and d6.
Vishy, this is looking absolutely threatening from White. We will go from this game for just a second, because we do have Hikaru Nakamura in the confessional right now. Let's hear what he has.
Okay, thought I would come in one time today. My game is quite interesting. Arjun played this bishop d7 move. I know that I've seen this position with this g4 h6. I wasn't sure whether the order he played was precise or whether it was inaccurate. I spent a lot of time considering bishop takes h7. It's a situation where either it's probably completely winning for me or it's completely losing for me, and it's kind of just not what I was in the mood to go for, especially because Arjun's time usage, he was moving very quickly, so I suspect he's still in prep. Depending on how long he thinks here, will probably go a long way towards like being a sort of tell, to use the poker analogy, in terms of what he does, because I didn't see a clear way for black to be better after bishop takes h7. These queen a5, rook b8, and some rook h5, rook c5 type stuff. It looked, optically it looked scary. I really don't know if it was scary in reality, but it felt kind of iffy. So I chose to avoid that and just play g4, and probably after h6, h4, we'll transpose back into some preparation. But it could be a very interesting game. Well, we'll see.
It could be a very interesting game, says Hikaru Nakamura, and I just would love to have our board to translate what he has said, what are the moves he mentioned, and that crucial moment when he thought for a long time, considering whether to capture that pawn on h7. He said it's either completely winning or it's completely losing. Which one was the case, Christian? And Vishy, I would love to have your thoughts after that as well.
Let me translate the most important thing. When he says, I'm only going to come here one time, he's going to come 4 times. So it's good news for us. Okay. The second thing is, yes, bishop h7, if you feel that your opponent might have prepared something very specific, on the other hand, it is a tempting pawn to take. And there's no way white can be completely losing, because there is no move which can. The only thing you could do is g6, and I think it's pretty easy to check that g6 trapping the bishop doesn't really work. I mean, you see the white advantage shoot up. So perhaps queen a5 and so on, but I'm going to play king b1 and I'm on my way back.
And I think this is what he was discussing. King to b1 to defend the pawn on a2, right. Obviously. Rook to b8, and he just didn't feel secure with his...
With bishop a3.
Yes, bishop a3 is coming. If you have to continue running, sure, it's fine.
But I have maybe knight d2 or something?
Oh, yeah. No.
I mean, okay, and it goes on.
It's a game, yes. Yeah. I think perhaps this is something that he just did not want to calculate. Like, he didn't want to calculate g6 after this, after king to a1. It's something that he was worried about. He said, you know what, let's shift it to more known territory.
Right. Especially considering the time management of Arjun. When you see that your opponent has played very fast, it usually is a sign of preparation, and he didn't want to step into any sharp preparation. But what's happening here, other than Norway Chess having an incredibly tight field, anyone can still win, there's an incredibly tight top spot at the confessional appearances. And guess who is back in the confessional booth?
Magnus? Am I right?
Let's go over to the booth.
Let's see.
Okay, so I came back very quickly just because Arjun has not moved yet. Which means that basically there are a couple of possibilities. Again, going back to poker terminology, because I feel like using poker references today. It's a situation where the outcome of ranges is pretty straightforward. Either Arjun had looked at bishop takes h7 and he looked at some really deep, fanciful line that the computer said was probably good for him or very, very messy. Or the other option is that basically he's completely out of prep and he played something that like his prep ended after bishop d7, or he hasn't looked at this g4 move. So those are really the only 3 possibilities that exist here. Maybe feeling a little bit inspired today to use some poker references, because I was talking just the other day with Daniel Negreanu, the famous poker player, who I think had a runner-up in one of the, I think it was the Omaha events the other day. So that's probably why I'm using all these poker references right now. But I think there are really 3 possibilities. Either he'd looked at bishop d7, bishop takes h7, and he had some like long line that he was happy with, or his preparation ended with bishop d7, bishop d7, g4, or he's completely making it up. Those are the only outcomes. So we'll see what happens. But the fact that he's thinking actually makes me feel good, because you don't really like it when your opponent is moving instantly. So long way to go, but pretty happy thus far.
Hikaru being pretty happy and using all the poker terminology. He has had conversations recently with one of the top poker players in the world, Daniel Negreanu, who, by the way, is a huge fan of chess. He participated in a celebrity tournament where what we call PogChamps on chess.com, and he competed actually pretty successfully at chess as well. So shout out to Daniel Negreanu preparing Hikaru for today's game. What are all these poker terms, Christian? Can you translate Hikaru poker?
Well, first of all, we have to give it to the man. Vishy, you're 2 out of 4 right now. We still have 2 potential appearances by Hikaru, but you're on the right track. That was quick. He said once, he came back the second time 1 minute later. Rook to b8 was just the final move that we've seen. And to answer your question, I think Arjun is most likely out of the book right now. And what I mean by that, he has not seen this move, g4. And if he has, he does not know exactly how to react. Because g4 is somewhat of a sideline, obviously. The main thing you look at whenever you're in this position and you have a computer in front of you and you're preparing for a game, the main thing that you're looking at is whether white decides to utilize this battery with bishop takes h7. What do I mean by battery? Vishy, you've been a fan of batteries. You've won a game just a couple of days ago against Faustino Oro using a battery as well. You've been studying our broadcast as well. What is a battery, Vishy?
It's 2 pieces lining up at a target. So here we see the queen and bishop are lined up exactly in that direction. And we can say it's a battery. It's a more deadly battery when the queen is in front.
Which you had.
Yes, which
exactly
I had.
This position with the pieces reversed.
Because when the queen lands at the destination square, it tends to do more damage.
Yes.
But by the way, this is a battery. You, of course, can have a rook and queen forming a battery as well, as long as it's on the same file or rank.
Like this.
And yeah, this would be a battery as well. So, and one more thing. Let me just point out that instead of bishop h7, instead of bishop d7, in fact, what Hikaru seems to have prepared is h6, g4, and he said bishop d7, then I would be back in my preparation, so this is okay.
Yes.
And he simply changed the order. Arjun dangled a pawn in front of him.
Hikaru said no.
Hikaru said no. Time for me to throw in a poker analogy. This is called a bluff. Or maybe called a bluff. Maybe he's not bluffing. I don't know. Maybe he has aces. But that's the current state.
But he did not get what he wanted.
But the fact that Arjun played rook b8 pretty fast tells me that his answer to bishop h7 would have been rook b8. So
that's a good point.
Yeah.
That's actually a very good point. Because right now...
Or queen a5 followed by rook b8. But I think he just thought, OK, I'll play the same line and tap the clock.
You can still take this pawn on h7.
Yeah.
This is still definitely takeable, if that's a word. Capturable. Whatever.
we are rewriting the English language here. So.
Instead of capturing, I believe Hikaru decided to push his pawn.
Takeable is definitely not a word.
He followed up with another pawn push on the right side of the board after Arjun's rook move.
Oh, yes. He did play h4. He really wants this h6. He really wants to get Arjun back in his preparation.
But was he referring to a bluff? Because I didn't hear any poker reference. I thought maybe he was going to call it a bluff. Or what poker reference did he make?
He just said he was using a lot of poker analogies.
And then didn't.
That's a bluff.
That's a bluff. I think maybe he was looking into like game theory and stuff like that, or of how to choose the reaction. I don't know. I actually did not spot the exact poker analogy either. I guess he's going to come back the third time and explain to us the poker analogy that he wanted. Speaking of chess, what's happening here, guys? What is this position? White is pushing the pawns on the right side, but there's no castle there as of right now. Black is doing something, putting somewhat pressure on the b file. What is happening? And I do see this bishop. I really don't like this bishop for black. What's the future for this bishop? Vishy? Brighten this situation for us, because right now it's a bit dark in here.
I don't know what he's doing with h4. Maybe, certainly it's useful, and I can't see black seriously trying to play with the queen to g3. This is not the kind of position where you do it.
Yeah.
because your king is still in the center, amongst other things.
Yes.
There's one cute trick, bishop e4, queen takes g4. Awful move, but we have rook takes d7. And there's a fork.
That's a fork.
This time by a knight and a knight.
Yes, yes. One of our favorite patterns.
Yes.
In chess in general, and obviously in this broadcast. So queen to g3, that's a bit too much.
Yeah. So he's also saying, what's your next move? I think in a sense, that's his question. What are you going to play here? I'm going to put the pawn on g5 and all. That really dissuade you from castling kingside. Where are you going to go?
Yeah, because right now bishop takes h7 with a check. This is decisive. It's a big question. It is a big question. What I do think he wants is maybe go e5. This is the only thing that makes sense to my eyes. e5, try to get this bishop on e6, try to lengthen the action of this bishop. Now that you finally have sort of signaled what you want to do, you want to do some damage on this side, on the left side.
I want to play e5, but bishop f5 is really tough.
Bishop f5.
It's a blow.
This looks bad. This looks bad.
Yeah. I did consider h5.
h5, okay.
Because I'm saying that if gh5, which is normally very desirable, here rook h5, and suddenly the rook will go to a5 and join the attack. And that's going to be fun. Or rook will go to b5 if you go bishop g6. But I don't see particularly what I've accomplished if you play g5. So, I mean, h5 is nice, but you can't play a move just hoping your opponent chooses one of the two possibilities. So,
and maybe right now to go castle. So you go h5, you provoke g5, now things have closed up on this side, at least momentarily. And now you go castle. Maybe this is what he wants.
That could be true.
It's a very complex battle. It's one of those which you don't generally show to beginners at the beginning because there's just not a lot of concepts that apply to regular games, right? It's a very imbalanced game and imbalanced opening that both of these players have decided to employ. So yeah, big moment. Arjun still seems to be a little bit ahead in terms of preparation in this one, but it does seem to have finished because he's spending some time looking somewhere in the ether right now. Nobody knows exactly who he's eyeing, but he definitely has something up his sleeve.
I would love to go back to Norway Chess Women because, as we have mentioned, the field is so incredibly tight in both tournaments that anyone out of the top 5 can still win the tournament, both at Norway Chess and also at Norway Chess Women. And two of the ladies who are right behind Humpy are Juven June and Anna Muzichuk, and they are facing each other today. So this is the 5-time reigning Women's World Chess Champion, Juven June, with the white pieces, against Anna Muzichuk, who finished second right after Juven June in last year's Norway Chess Women. I think Anna has been in a really good shape and definitely is ambitious to try to jump ahead of Juven June. But she's got the black pieces today, and the bar on the left side of the board is showing somewhat of an advantage for white. So without going through the moves, I just would like to ask you, Christian, on what's on the board currently and what are the factors that make this a better position for white?
Better position, it's difficult for me to necessarily call it better right now. I think it's just a very typical small advantage that white gets out of the opening. There are some imbalances in the pawn structure. As you can see, there is a semi-open file on the b file, which favors white because white has a point of attack, the pawn on b7, semi-open file on the d file, but the pawn on d3 is very much protected by the pawn on e2. So that's an immediate imbalance that I'm spotting. The bishop on g2 has a very beautiful diagonal. The problem is you're at some point going to go b6. Not right now, because b6 would lose, and this is exactly why white played the move queen to a4 to disincentivize this move b6, which would more or less solve most of your problems, because right now you don't have any problems on the b file. The c5 pawn is protected, and also there's no more target on this diagonal. But again, you lose the knight on c6, so b6 is not an option in this position. I do think there's some pressure. I do think that we're going to see a trade of bishops, or at least I'm going to propose that trade of bishops as black. This is the big danger piece for white, so I might as well try to trade it. I think we're going to see bishop to d5. That's why by the way. She played rook a to d8, not to attack this pawn on d3, but to get into this situation where the bishops come off the board, and finally I have the opportunity to go b6. This is what I'm seeing. I understand there's an advantage, an objective advantage given by the engine. The bar is looking good, but from a practical perspective, I think this one is still very, very much in the balance. And we do have a completely different move. Bishop to d7.
So she's not choosing to go for the bishop trade. It really looked like that's why she chose the rook move to prepare for offering the bishop trade, but instead she retreats the bishop, setting up a discovered attack. So if we make a random move for white, just to show the idea, the knight can jump, and now it's the bishop targeting the queen. White could end up being in trouble, although even like this, perhaps it's not that much of a danger.
Oh, it's definitely trouble. It is definitely
Is it trouble? How big of a trouble would be if Ju Wenjun doesn't step out of this attack?
It's not completely losing, and that's just for very specific reasons, but it is trouble. Like queen takes a7. Now I will take potentially on e2, but I also have ideas of knight to b5, in fact, which puts a lot of pressure on the pawn on c3. So this one, after queen takes b7, very forced lines, knight takes c3, and we finally get another big fork. Nevertheless, you will get the material advantage, but you will have a lot of compensation as white. Also, black is not completely winning. But white, first of all, there's absolutely no reason to allow this knight to d4, this discovery attack. We're expecting the queen to move right now. Vishy, do you have any other intentions in the position? Do you think something else will happen?
I was thinking knight e3 could be an idea, because here, if the discovered thing happens, knight d4, I simply step back, and your knight's going to have to return.
And this queen to d1 defends the pawn on e2.
That's why moving the rook to d1 deprived me of that square, so keeping this square, I think this ought to be something.
Yes, after knight to e3. And Ju Wenjun, again, she needs a win. She's having an absolutely stellar personal record against Muzichuk, 3-0 with no defeats. So definitely will be looking to put a lot of pressure with white right now. Vishy, after this knight to e3, I'm starting to see there is some pressure. This d5 square is very tender. And if you didn't play bishop d5 to get rid of that light square bishop, at some point you will have some trouble with this bishop and the knight jumping in the middle of the board. Dorkian, do you see anything else?
Well, I was wondering, let's say the bishop d5, as you suggested, that looked like a natural move.
Yes.
I mean, is bishop d7, is that ambition or just a different approach?
It's a good question, but it's very difficult for me to justify ambition right now for black.
Yeah.
Black still hasn't achieved the main goal of the opening, that is to equalize. I don't think she... I think she understands that she didn't equalize. So I don't think it's ambition. I think she's okay with obtaining that equality. I just think she didn't like bishop d5 for whatever reason.
You don't think that would easily equalize bishop d5?
It was better, but it still wouldn't equalize completely.
Okay.
Absolutely not. And maybe because of ideas of take, and as Vishy pointed out, maybe knight
like
to e3, maybe even c4, knight goes to d5, queen lands in the center like this potentially. You have ideas, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, Vishy, I don't know.
No, I was thinking along those lines, knight e3, c4, knight d5.
Yeah.
Definitely some pressure by the reigning women's world champion, and her compatriot Wei Yi is the opponent of Gukesh today, and that too is a game that will matter so much for the first place at Norway Chess. Gukesh beat Magnus Carlsen and then beat Arjun Erigaisi back-to-back, but he lost his game against Hikaru Nakamura in the previous round. So can he recover from that loss against China's #1 player? Both of these players, by the way, celebrated their birthdays here. So they have already gotten the confettis from us, the birthday cakes, but who will get the win in this crucial game? What do we have on the current position? Christian, in this current present moment?
We have a Petrov, a Russian defense from black, and right now we have this somewhat imbalanced position with the kings castled on opposite sides. Vishy explained this one to us because I don't know as much about it, but I'm sure you do, and I'm sure you've analyzed these type of positions.
The piece configuration is quite unusual. Normally, the pawn is on d6. It's quite rare that the pawn comes to d5. And whenever I've seen it on d5, it's been defended by the pawn on c6. So for instance here, if I captured the bishop, you have to take with the pawn because you don't have the c6 pawn defending that d5 pawn. So you have to take with the pawn. Is this positive? I think so.
You lose that, you have to defend.
Because here I could go to g4 or sometimes h3. And that king side is just a little bit soft. It's very similar to what happened to Gukesh when he played f takes g6. The squares around the king became a bit more open.
Against Hikaru, his game.
A couple of days back.
Absolutely.
So nothing catastrophic. If white is not going to take on e6, then he has a problem. He has to play either h3 or bishop e2. Because bishop g4 is a very strong threat.
Let's show that to the audience. Bishop to g4 again. This is a battery, but it's not a battery that picks up an immediate piece off the board, captures a piece off the board, but in fact it just is used to get to a square, which produces decisive consequences.
Can I say that it's a battery which is producing a pin and a skewer?
Yes, yes you can. Yes, you can.
Am I overdoing it?
It also traps the queen.
Queen takes
Actually,
d5.
no, it doesn't trap.
Wins the rook.
It's almost.
Is that
almost traps the queen.
Is that a Donald Duck move?
No, I'm not sure. Is that yes? King b1 is not a Mickey Mouse move. This is a bad, whatever the enemy
Donald
of
Duck,
Mickey Mouse is. Yes.
I think it's fair to say that a lot of the chess terms you're hearing, you heard it first here.
H3 would be a Mickey Mouse move. It's a small move that has good consequences, positive consequences. At least you're stopping bishop to g4. And it would help if it was an even better move, but it's not that good. So
I guess I'll take that.
It's somewhat of a Mickey Mouse move. I would not call that a Mickey Mouse move, but you can see it as a potential Mickey Mouse move. Enough Disney talk. I think it's time to move on from that.
You guys talk about Disney. I'm going to talk about that this is an important decision for the reigning world chess champion, whether to trade his knight for the opponent's bishop. This is what he's considering, whether he will go for it or not. The other option is the Mickey Mouse movie. We gotta go with that, pushing the pawn on the edge of the board. So we're gonna let Gukesh think it through. We're gonna take a very short break, but when we are back, we continue with this game and so much more. Everything is on the line today and tomorrow. These are the final days at Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, and anyone can still win both tournaments. Welcome back to the broadcast, everyone. This is Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, the final 2 days of the competition, and anyone can still win the tournament. We are being joined by the chief arbiter of Norway Chess, Anastasia Sorokina. Anastasia, thank you so much for being here in the studio. I know you have duties to fulfill, so we've grabbed you for a little bit of a time to chat with you.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. It's an unusual role for me because arbiters normally are hidden in the playing hall, you know, so we try to be invisible, let's say. Yeah, so I'm excited to be here with you guys, especially with such a company.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Anastasia, I gotta start with the big one, because a few days ago, the game between Gukash and Magnus Carlsen, that clip on social media has reached so many people. It's gone way beyond the reach of the chess world. It's now in mainstream media and is being picked up by major football clubs as a reference. How crazy is that? And where were you in that moment? I believe you were standing very close to the players. What was it like?
Not really. I was sitting on my desk, but we have one arbiter just nearby the table. And actually, you know, of course, it was, you know, like shocked a little bit in the first moment. But you see, chess is an emotional game. So I think that's fine, especially because Magnus just apologized immediately. You know, it was a very important moment. He congratulated Gukash. So we just, yeah. We just, you know, like, was doing our job, you know, like, Anand is there, you can see in the screen, and it's happened in chess, you know, not only good emotions come, you know, but sometimes also bad emotions. So, yeah, it's life, you know, any kind of emotions could come in chess, yeah.
And I really love the fact that, you know, and this is what separates a good from a great arbiter, is the fact that, you know, you take one situation at a time. And at that point, somebody else could have been like, oh, I need to intervene. You guys let them, you know, express their emotions and whatnot. And I think that was the right move at that right particular time.
I think so, yeah. I think because we have to react, you know. We are normally react if it's something connected to chess, you know,
yes.
That why we have to be fast, you know, 18 minutes or, you know, like interrupt if something not nice going in the game. But in such a situation, we are all human beings. So, yeah.
And sometimes you go there as an arbiter and you try to put the kings in their respective positions. You didn't do that. Anand did not do that. I think that was the right move. Just let them deal with the emotions that they wanted to deal with in that particular moment, especially Magnus, of course.
Yes, I think so, yeah.
And this wasn't the first time that you witnessed something very emotional and also very sensational. You were also the arbiter at the World Chess Championship match where Gukash became the youngest world champion of all time. And this is the moment when he finished the final game. You are the arbiter there to give the score sheet to the players. Please take us through this. Gukash with tears in his eyes.
Yeah, I'm just watching now, you know, it really was a special moment for me, you know, because, you see, I just want to congratulate him, and then, you know, like, I saw his emotion, and, you know, I left, and I was near to cry, or maybe a little bit crying as well, you know, because, you know, it was in a box, you know, it's not a normal playing hall, you know, but just 4 of us, players and 2 arbiters, and when this moment came, you know, like, no one can feel this emotion. I think only those people who've been there. I think Visha could share us about the emotion, what could Gukash feel at this moment. I think all India was celebrating.
Yes, and for him it's dramatic. It's so unexpected. He was looking at a tiebreak the next day, and he just kept playing a bit, and suddenly what might seem like a miracle happens, and you realize the match is over. I had something similar with Wrestling, though it was not so sudden. He made a mistake, and then I knew I was winning for the last 20-30 minutes. And with Magnus, it was even stronger because he knew that he was facing complete defeat in that game. He knew that, and then his tournament would have fallen apart. It would have been a disaster. He would have lost third game at that point. And he was probably really wondering how we got into that mess. And then suddenly this thing happens. I mean, how much time did it take from that night to come back? So he just makes those moves, is shaking, and then even then you don't believe it. And finally, when your opponent resigns and stops the clock, then you can allow yourself to believe it. And it's nice that he burst out crying.
Yeah. It's for us also. We was preparing to have a tie break actually. Yeah. So with our team, and it was like, in one moment I was doing something on my computer, preparing things, and I just look at Gukesh, and it was emotion of one moment, and then all this happened.
All this happened and so much more. You have been the chief arbiter at so many of the top events in the world and also organizer of events. We have some of your photographs here. Would you like to take us through some of your favorite moments?
Yes. The first photo, it's a just great moment of my arbiter's achievement. And I've got an award from FIDE 100 years last year, and getting award from Viswanathan was also more special even, that I was recognized as the best women arbiter of FIDE 100 years. So that was very also emotional moment for me. As you can see here, the second photo, it's first day of the World Championship match, and Gukesh was asking me, about spectators and some stuff, if everything is fine, and so I was explaining him this. The next one, you see, also it's in the Currents Cup, another World Championship match between LEI and June, just a few years ago. Magnus Carlsen, long time ago. This is in Doha in Rapid and Blitz Championship. And again, one more photo from, you see me in the corner in blue from the match.
I do want to ask you, what was the most difficult moment for you in your World Championship career? Because you've been to some World Championship matches. Which one was the most difficult moment for you?
I don't know. It's difficult to say, because you concentrate. Many people ask me to say some stories, but for me, I'm so concentrated in a moment that another day I'm forgetting what's happened. The closest what's happened is this emotion from the World Championship match. But also we have some funny stories as well, like unexpected stories. Like in all sports, arbiters sometimes, become in the funny situations as well.
So what is the goal of an arbiter, of a top-level arbiter? Do you want to avoid controversy? Do you want to keep the players, engaged in the game and nothing else? Like, what is the main goal of an arbiter in chess?
It depends, it really depends of the arbiter, but let's say, I can say from my side, I want that players feel safe because we are here. So arbiters are here in the playing hall. The main people, it's the players. There's no discussion, So we are here to protect them, to feel them comfortable, and to solve any kind of issues, could raise during the game. It could be connected directly to chess or indirectly, like if some spectators are noisy or, something going wrong, you have to have some feelings how to react. For me, it's a little bit easier because I'm chess player myself, not that level, of course. I'm women international master. I played for Australian national team in Olympiads. So I can guess what's going on in the position because normally we are not using evaluation during the game. But at the same time, by body phase, by reaction, I can feel, I can be prepared to be ready nearby players, and also I'm organizer. So it's helped me, to try to give comfortable condition for the players, temperature, noise, all kind of things that could be happen during the game. This is, I think it's most important part, the players to feel safe.
That's such an important factor, and I was just thinking of parallels of other sports and arbiters in other sports. Let's say an arbiter at a football match it's a very different role to arbiter at chess. So you were highlighting how your role is to make the players safe, that everything is about them, that they can focus on the game. While in football, the arbiter has a key role in whether it's a yellow card or a red card and can impact the outcome of the game. But in a way, you're also helping the players so that they can do their best and focus on the chess game without any distractions.
Of course, but also, especially, in a format when it's Blitz or kind of Armageddon, you have to be very much concentrated because each move, a legal move or a good move, bad move could decide the game. That's also the point, and you have to react, to be fast, not to disrupt players, but at the same time follow the rules because, of course, we first thing, except the players to be happy and safe, we have to follow the rules, and we have special rules in chess. and it depends on the format of the game. Here in Norway Chess, we have very special format that I'm in love with. You know, it's Armageddon. It's give us extra work as arbiters, but at the same time, it's give more visibility to chess. You know, that people can really enjoy how fast games could be. So I think in each situation, role of the arbiter could be different. But definitely, you know, you have to know what is a chess game, you know, and what is the rules in chess game.
That's so important what you highlighted. And for those that might not be familiar with the competitive chess, because we're trying to help our audience understand what chess tournaments are like, you mentioned illegal moves and in blitz games that it can lose the game. Can you explain that rule and how you intervene in those moments?
Yes, of course. We have a rule that if players play illegal move, let's say your king is in check, but you play another move, then we call this illegal move. And in a time control of normal game, standard game, we give extra 2 minutes to the opponent and we continue the game. And then if second illegal move happened, then players doesn't matter what his position is, except if it's already checkmate in the board, then the player is losing this game. But Armageddon, Rapid and Blitz rules say differently. If it's a legal move, then we add 1 minute to the opponent, game continue, but if second move, illegal second move arise, then again it's a loser game. So sometimes it's very painful, especially in the Blitz format. And Armageddon, you know, it's very fast. We don't have any increment before move 40, so this could be crucial.
Absolutely crucial. I remember losing a game by making an illegal move, so I know the pain of that. Christian, has it ever happened to you in Blitz?
I don't think I ever lost a game by illegal move.
What about winning? Because I was on the losing side, but have you ever had a game decided by illegal move?
No, never. It's usually mostly whenever the player is already lost, made an illegal move, realizes that, and then they just resign. That's kind of how it happens, especially nowadays. It used to be the case that you were losing it on first time. Like in Blitz especially, you were making an illegal move, you were losing. But nowadays, you need to do 2 illegal moves to lose. So generally it happens once, and then you continue the game, and then sometimes you even resign if you have like a losing position. But personally, it never happened to me. And my dad is an arbiter, by the way, as well. So
is he?
He's an international arbiter as well. So I know a couple of things, but still not as much as I should probably know about the rules of chess. And they're so difficult. There's like some really thick books that you really need to know. And if you make the wrong decision, everybody's going to blame you. That's the problem with being an arbiter, right? There's a lot of responsibility to what you do.
Actually, I think so, yeah, because, you know, if you are a good arbiter for many years, you don't make any mistakes, so we are invisible, as I said, yeah? But
that's good.
But if you made a mistake,
yes.
So everybody knows. But what is surprising me is that not always even top players know all rules, you know, there's so much concentrate in the chess game that it's good when you have good arbiter to help you. That's important.
Because they also update. These rules update every year, and you have to stay up to date.
Correct.
Otherwise, you're just going to fall behind.
Yes, and that's why we have a special, not exams, but we have a special courses, refreshment courses for the arbiter. So you have to be updated about what's going on in the chess world. Yeah, and you have to be ready to explain to the players if they have any questions about this.
I asked you about the most difficult, let's say, moment in your arbitrary career, but I want to ask you, because you mentioned the temperature, the noise of the audience. Which player is the easiest to deal with?
I can tell you that the most difficult moment for the arbiters, it's like here in Norway Chess when we have men and women in one room. Because men players always said, oh, it's too hot, could we make it colder? And the women are completely opposite. They say, oh, it's so cold, you know, make it warmer a little bit. So that's the case that normally we faced during the game. Other things, you know, some players are really feel disruption by noise, but most of the players, they don't react. They so much concentrate in the game that they don't have any problems with this.
That's the biggest problem for couples also, you know? The thermostat situation. Yes.
Wishy, I wanted to get you into the conversation as well, because you have obviously played so many top events and World Championship matches. How do you see the role of an arbiter? And also, the two of you, have you worked together at events? Have you had Anastasia as the arbiter at your events? I'm curious.
Again, as Anastasia mentioned, when things go well, the poor arbiters are invisible. But yes, I think we have been together. I remember a couple of illegal move stories. One was famously Kasparov against Drev in the rapid tournaments and this one was in Moscow in '96. So what happened was Drev beat Kasparov. Kasparov was a bit shocked, but he resigned. He felt something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint it. That evening, the people who were entering the moves into the computer, they entered Drev's, 16th move or something where he castles, and the computer doesn't allow it. So I think they kept trying again and again, thinking, oh, what's wrong with this? And then they realized that if you go back a few moves, Drev had moved his king, moved it back, and then castled. But of course, it was too late to change the result. Surprisingly, you would think there'd be more. I'm sure in some blitz somebody has done it, but so many pieces have fallen off. You don't really know whether it's illegal or the pieces have just left the board. That's also illegal, and so on. I don't remember any illegal move happening to me.
I am the one that has the more examples than from my own career. It was the World Mind Sports Games, and for that event in China, they changed the rules that the first illegal move was losing. And they also told us that it also counts as illegal, as you mentioned, if the pieces are flying. And if you promote your pawn and press the clock without swapping to the piece. So that's illegal too, because you can't have a pawn on the back rank. And I remember that a couple of us in the tournament kept losing games because, pieces are flying, everything is happening so fast. And with just like the first illegal move, it was game over. So that was I think, very defeating to the players. Maybe that's why they changed it to the standard being that it's two illegal moves, that you don't lose immediately.
Exactly. I think it's very important, because as you said, like with a pawn promotion, it could be illegal, so I think the players deserve, second chance, to try, and especially in the blitz games, it's very, very difficult. Yeah. So, but as we discussed already, rules are changing time to time. We'll see what's happening in the near future. Especially that format of Armageddon become popular now because of the Norway Chess, and let's see how the chess will be developed. In which way, like classical games more, or blitz and rapid chess. That's also, easy for internet and e-sport, etc.
Absolutely. And since we have already showed that moment from both clips were about Gukesh, his game against Magnus Carlsen, and the moment he won the World Championship and became the youngest ever world champion, what is it like for you to be part of those moments, that you are so close to the players when something historic happens, when something big, when something... to them, it could be the biggest achievement in their lives, and you witness their emotions and you're part of that memory. What is that like for you as a person?
As I told you, at that moment, I was almost crying myself, because the emotion inside it was very strong. I remember another case, when Muzyczuk sisters was they playing in the World Cup Championship many years ago, and Maria won, and the sister Anna, who is playing here in Norway Chess, come to hug her. It was also very much emotional, and we have beautiful photos of this, when two sisters share one win of one, they sharing together. But for me, as a person, of course, it's very much emotional. As an arbiter, I'm happy that the event is over, no mistakes, nothing bad happened, Of course, in each competition, doesn't matter if it's chess or anything else, we have somebody who is losing and somebody who is winning. So I feel sorry for Ding, but happy for Gukesh, could be opposite, both players are very strong, very nice personality, and yeah, just as an arbiter, I think, okay, that's over, all was good, or do we have any mistakes, what we have to think for future, because we are also could be influenced to the chess regulation and chess rules, we can share our experience. So I think, like in each sport, it's very important, but some special moments, of course, you remember forever.
I can see that you still live through those emotions as you are describing them. Our audience is a brand new audience. I feel like a lot of them, hello to everybody there. They are tuning into these broadcasts perhaps for the first time. What would you say to the viewers that are considering trying out chess? Why should they give it a go? What do you think is about chess so beautiful or so interesting or so educational? What are the aspects you would highlight why you would recommend chess to anyone and everyone?
Of course, I will not discover new worlds saying that chess develop a lot of personal skills, starting from making decisions and take responsibility for your decision, logic and many, many other things that actually very important in a life. But I think the most important, let's say for me, and I would suggest everyone to play chess because you can meet a lot of friends all around the world. You will have enjoyable moments, not only by conversation, but playing chess, traveling around, meeting new people, professional chess players and just people who love chess. What is very important, chess could connect people of all ages. So it could be 3 years girl playing with some, I don't know, grandfather, and it will be still the same, like the level could be the same, doesn't matter which age you are. And any moment of your life, you can start playing chess. Sometimes you pass some difficult times in your life. The chess could help you with this. You concentrate on your game, you put your heart there, and like you forget about your problems. Chess, it's just beautiful game. Chess, it's all my life. I'm myself born in a chess family. My uncle was a grandmaster, Viktor Kuprejcik, and I remember, like moments when I spent with him and with my grandma and my cousins still playing chess. So I think it's just chess united people, all around the world, and this is the best what I learned from chess.
That is a beautiful message, Anastasia. Thank you so much for joining us. I know you need to go back to the playing venue because you have your job looking after the players and making sure that the upcoming Armageddons, if there will be Armageddons, that everyone will be comfortable and everything will go smooth. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for the invitation. And just remember that arbiters, we are good guys.
And you guys are always watching. We know
here
that.
we have fantastic team, really, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Anastasia.
Thank you so much. We do have a video connected to what you have mentioned, Anastasia, that chess is for everyone. You don't need to be a genius to play chess.
You don't need to be a genius to play chess. It takes 10 minutes to learn the chess rules. And yes, a lifetime to master. But the journey is for everyone. Some have intuition, others rely on deep calculation. Some are fast, others are precise. There is no single chess brain. You don't need an IQ of 200. You just need a curiosity, focus, and a bit of stubbornness. Chess builds patience, critical thinking, and confidence one move at a time. Anyone can learn and anyone can grow. You don't need to be a genius, you just need to start.
Really happy with this.
And
message.
that is so true. Chess is for everyone, and we do encourage our viewers to give it a try. The rules are so simple. Anyone can learn them in just 5 to 10 minutes. What we see here is a bit harder. These are the top chess players in the world, so they do spend a bit more time on chess than 5 to 10 minutes. But that's because this is their profession, this is their passion. They are dedicated to the game of chess, and they have been studying it for years and years, for many, many hours each day, including here, the reigning world chess champion with the white pieces, 19-year-old Gukesh Domaraju. Let's take a look at the current position and the beautiful painting that Christian has brought to us.
I was just playing around, Anna. But yes, So this is the situation that we have right now. I think we left it off after this move h3 that we sort of anticipated, and black played the move c6 to defend the pawn on d5. Vicious recipe. g4 and f5. Wei is really lashing out on that side. Generally, you're not supposed to move the pawns in front of your king, especially not like this. But right now, he feels like he needs some space. He feels that f5 is the right move, is the right way to free himself up. But is it? Is the big question. Because right now, I understand, if you do start exchanging, then black is just going to have a very nice position. And maybe I don't even have to take with the queen, but rather with the rook. And then I'm going to have a lot of pressure on the f file. But starting from the initial position that we have right now on the board, if white just simply takes this bishop on e6, you have to recapture, most likely, with a queen so that you keep control of this pawn on f5. You need to stay close to that pawn, tied down to the pawn on f5. But now I'm starting to look at the other side of the board and the center as well. I'm going to put some pressure in the center. It's starting to become a little bit unpleasant for black. What do we think of this position? How do we think the battle between the two bishops and what could be a very nice square for the knight on e4 will play out? Vichy, how do you see this one playing out?
This is a beautiful position with regards to overload. So I'll
explain overload to us. Yes.
Overload is when one piece is doing too much work. It's got too many things to process. So d takes c4. Now there's a bit of the queen is protecting the bishop on d6 and the pawn on c4, so things are a bit. So
the queen has a lot of jobs right now.
I could play g takes f5
and protecting the pawn on f5.
Yes,
you're protecting
g takes f5.
Three things right now.
There isn't a good square. You have to play rook takes f5.
Yes.
Now, rook takes d6 is a mistake.
Sorry, gentlemen, but we have a move, and the computer is saying that Gukesh didn't play the best response to f5. He pushes his pawn, and the engine says it's a mistake or an inaccurate move.
We do have the move g5, but just to finish on this one, the overload idea. This is not going to happen. We're just trying to learn the overload concept right now. What's the move?
The move is queen g4.
Queen to g4.
And now it's that queen is defending c4, defending d6, defending f5, defending everything. And there isn't a move. White is threatening bishop takes bishop c4, winning the queen because of a pin.
Yes.
If black plays b5, then I go rook takes d6, and this is a different kind of overload. So why did Gukesh turn this down?
Don't give your pieces too many things to do. You should try to prioritize what your pieces should be doing. If a piece defends too many of your other pieces, then that piece is overloaded. And it's possible that it will get attacked and displaced, and you will lose material. Now, going back to the game, why did Gukesh refuse that idea? Well, we're going to have to wait and perhaps ask him if he ever will give us his thoughts on this. But g5 was played f4 and bishop to d2. So this is a completely different situation than what we sort of looked at before. What changed right now?
You know what I really want to do now? I want to play b5.
b5?
Because I want to shut down the c4 thing.
And then the bishop cannot go to c3 anymore. So b5 completely shuts off White's
But apparently there's something even stronger. Anyway, what has happened to g5 is, I think White has only one real threat now, which is to play bishop f4.
Give me one more move. Let me go knight to e4, for example.
I'll play bishop f4. And this is nice, because later on, I can move the pawn to f3, where the queen currently is.
But this doesn't look like a threat, Vichy. What is the threat in all of this? Like,
White's fighting for that square, which means White rejected gf5 or knight takes e6 because it simply wasn't working. I'm curious, though, if knight takes e6, which I thought was a good move, what is going on with knight takes e6? Because if g takes f5, I have this nice trick, knight f4.
Perhaps this is what he was worried about.
Yes.
That could very well be the reason why he rejected this idea, but what he chose instead seems to be a worse option for him. That's a beautiful pin, Christian. I like it. I like it.
That's a pin, that's a battery, that's a lot of things. And the thing is, I will take on f4 with a check. So I will just simply have a much preferable position. But that's not going to be the case. G5, question mark, assigned by the engine.
And f4 was played immediately by Wei Yi, so he prevents White's idea. White can no longer place the bishop there. Now there's a black pawn sitting on that square, and it looks like the white pawn will become vulnerable on that g5 square where Gukesh pushed it. The computer gets very excited about the knight jump to the center, attacking the pawn, because White cannot push their pawn to protect the pawn. If we play knight to e4, White cannot push the pawn to protect on the edge of the board, because there is this pattern with bishop to g4
this
and
is
the
nice.
skewer.
The battery with the queen supporting that bishop on g4, the skewer, you're losing an exchange. You're probably losing much more than that, in fact. You're losing a full piece, because if you do go queen to d3, this is what we call a family fork. Basically, is your queen trapped?
Yep, yes, I think you managed to trap the queen.
The queen is also trapped.
Yeah.
This is beautiful.
So we have a fork.
Family fork.
A family fork and a queen trap.
And a queen trap. Yeah, this is pretty bad. All right. This one is starting to look quite good for Wei, I have to say. Gukesh, a bit unstable in this tournament, but every single time he finds himself on the back foot, he usually comes back. He usually comes back by sheer will, sheer resilience. This is what we're seeing right now in this tournament from Gukesh. By Wei Yi, on the other hand, he is absolutely no pushover. We've seen how well he can play, and right now he's playing a model game. He has a better position.
Well, what a moment in this game, and we are being joined by another Grandmaster to help us out here, the CEO of the International Federation of Chess, Emil Sutovsky. Emil, welcome to the studio.
Hi, Anna.
Before we get into this game and the use, of course, your Grandmaster skills, I would love to talk about this fact that some people, especially when it comes to like the mainstream media and people that might think of chess as a board game, they might not know that there is actually an entire industry in the chess world. There's an infrastructure. So what is the International Federation of Chess, and what is your role?
Well, that's quite a question. Actually, we have so many people playing chess in the world, and all these people are, from the very beginning to the chess professionals, they are overviewed by the way we contribute to society, because they start with the grassroots programs. When they first encounter chess in the schools, these are chess in school programs which FIDE runs. And then depending on their level and their interest and their passion to chess, depending where they are, so we allow to kids to continue. Then the kids become juniors, they participate in our educational programs, they have a chance to learn from the best trainers, they start traveling, and FIDE supports this travel also, and with all sorts of investments into infrastructure, or sending trainers to compete, or organizing tournaments, and then all the way up to the top of the pyramid, to the World Championship. And of course there's a Chess Olympiad. It's one of the biggest events in any sport. We have over 2,500 participants in the Chess Olympiad coming from 190 countries. And it's a lot of work, and of course as a CEO I have a lot of various duties. Some of them have to do with the commercial part of it, some of them have to do with the way the entire World Championship cycle is organized. But of course there is a big team in FIDE working on every aspect of chess, be it the grassroots programs, social programs, any special initiatives or projects we contribute to the society. I think FIDE's role is basically to lead the entire, chess life from the very beginning, when the kids, even in kindergartens, not necessarily in schools, start getting chess lessons. They can. And they know that their address is the National Chess Federation or FIDE. National Chess Federation overviews it in the country. So there are 200 national federations which are members of FIDE. And then if they have any sort of project which could require our participation, we obviously help.
That makes a lot of sense, and thank you for the breakdown on how FIDE is basically part of the very early stages of a child learning to play chess, all the way to the top level chess that we see here at Norway Chess and the World Championship matches, of course. When it comes to your career, you have been to so many events. Please take us through some of these moments.
Well, this is the event you see here. It was in last December in New York. We staged World Rapid and Blitz Championship right in the heart of Wall Street. And that was an exceptional event. And we tried to combine it with a lot of meetings with people from the financial world, because especially in the US, the connection is evident between the financial world, the world of business, the entrepreneurs, and many of them are or were chess players. And so we had the brilliant competition, but also some event which would connect people coming from the, let's say, financial background, but still interested in chess. And you can see Professor Ken Rogoff, and here Vishay, myself, and Ken Rogoff are probably listening to one of the speeches. So it's been a great thing here. Of course, it's not the only event. We have several big events like that every year, but it was, in my opinion, one of the most outstanding due to the location where it was and due to this connection which we wanted to emphasize between chess and financial world. It's not something that we just thought of like let's do it because it's a nice idea. It's something that we kept on building because we conduct World Corporate Championship, and the companies from many spheres of life, but in particular from financial world, have been proactively participating.
That is so wonderful to see when chess makes it all the way to the Wall Street, and it feels like chess has been a very popular game for a long time, but it also feels like it has only gotten even more popular. What do you think are the reasons, or what are the factors that made chess flourish in these past few years?
Well, there are several answers to that. The simplest is that it's hands down the best game for two people. You just cannot think of a better game because it's easy to learn but hard to master. That's one very important condition, because there are some exceptional games, but they're difficult to learn. There's some exceptional games which are you learn, you play, you master, and then it's already become boring. And chess never gets you bored, because I mean you always discover new possibilities, and you have new games, and you can learn new lessons and play better on the next day. You can play it with not only, let's say, kids among themselves, but any kid can play with their parents or grandparents, because and it is universally popular in many societies, in all continents, and that's one of the reasons. Obviously, 2020, 2021. This post-pandemic effect and Queen's Gambit and the multitude of events online, because it's also very, very accessible. You can play online and you can find a partner to play very easily and very quickly, contrary to any other game. So chess is a game, but also chess is a sport. So that's also a unique positioning, because let's say football is a sport, but to play it as a game, you need a playing ground, you need several people there and so on. And because chess allows also very easy and affordable entrance. So it's also a very important factor. And I modestly hope that our contribution to all these programs I mentioned also played a role, because when you know where to go next, when you play it at home, and then you know, okay, you can go to your class, and then to have once a week a teacher explaining you, and then if you're good, that you have subsidized programs where you can continue and explore where your talent takes you. That's an important thing, and that's one of our missions.
Thank you so much for that in-depth answer. And what we see on the board here is one of the key games in Norway Chess Women, which reminds me of the question that I think we see here, a groundbreaking initiative by Norway Chess, setting a new standard for the future of chess when it comes to same prices, same format, same event, same prize fund. What do you think of this initiative, and will we see more events following in the footsteps of Norway Chess?
Obviously, it's great to see that the event like that provides more and more opportunities for women players to play, not only to show their level, but also to make a good living. Because what is important, and we found it as FIDE also very important, that you need to create incentives for, in particular for female players, to continue their career. Because the gap, the pay gap has been too big, too wide. And for many players, talented players who reach the grandmaster level, it was a matter of choice whether they can really stick to their professional career, or they have to basically go elsewhere and to forget about competitive chess just to enjoy it. So events like that obviously are supporting women chess, and I can only praise it. About other events, unfortunately, so far, there are only 2 major women events are part of FIDE, because there are official FIDE competitions, which we have been investing a lot into. But the private initiatives only have been, the big private initiatives have been limited only to Norway Chess and the Cairns Cup in US, in St. Louis. I hope very much that organizers in other places. I know that some events were already held in Calcutta. There was a Tata Steel India event for women with a very respectable prize fund in Uzbekistan. So I hope there will be more and more countries continuing with this pattern, because I really believe that we have enormous talent in women chess as well, and we just need to create incentive and for them to invest in themselves and to continue their career.
I would love to have what you said, to preach to all the events out there, to all the organizers, and to continue seeing this trend that the female players have more and more incentives to stick to chess. We have here the 2 wives competing, a mother as well, Humpy, Koneru. Have you met the daughter of Humpy, Vishy? Do you know of her family?
I see them sometimes, yes.
How does it feel to see that her family, and of course in like Tingjie's case too, that they both have such supportive families and they continue competing also after they got married, and also after Humpy has her daughter, that they managed to continue even though it's very demanding to travel a lot, to compete and be away from home for 2 weeks. How do you see the role of the family in case of chess players, both for men and women, but in this case, of course, Humpy being a mother as well, and that she wants to fulfill her role both as a professional chess player and both as a mother?
Look, it's very important that the family supports. I've always felt that if your family isn't happy about what you do and supportive, you feel as if you're fighting alone. And, you just feel uncomfortable. You'd rather that everyone was behind you. And particularly, as you mentioned, for a mother, it's very important that the family take on the responsibility, a very young child, and that during a tournament, she's able to concentrate on being a top professional and play to the best of her abilities. So yes, but I think with Humpy, we can definitely say her family is very supportive. I know that they accompany her very often. Even her father, her parents before, her father used to accompany her to many places, but now I've seen her with her husband as well.
Very true, and LEI Tingjie is here with her husband at the event. Christian, what do we see on the board when we have the current position? How do we assess it? Why is it showing some advantage for Black?
That's a very good question. And my guess is that these 2 pawns are not very secured right now. So what I'm seeing is an easy plan for Black, and that is you're going to go hide the king on the left side of the board. You're going to go what we call long castle. That's going to put the king to safety. And I'm also seeing the fact that Black has a very beautiful dark square bishop, which White doesn't have a counterpart for. So after castle, I'm seeing this position, I'm seeing this square, f4, ready for my knight to jump on, depending on where you're going to castle as well, because you do need to hide the king also as White. If you go on the right side of the board, short side castle, then you're going to have to face the music, because I already have h6, I already have the pawn on g5. I'm already at your doorstep. I'm going to be able to throw in an attack. Rook to g8, h5, and get g4 going in the position. This one is not looking good. So what I'm expecting is most likely a long castle as well for White. But then again, you have ideas of bishop to c5. It's all about the dark square bishop, and I do think that that is the big trump in Black's position. That's why you see the engine and the bar favoring Black. What do you guys think? Emil, what do you think? You're a very strong player yourself as well.
Well,
you're not playing as much nowadays, but how do you see this one?
Yeah, as a semi-retired or totally retired with occasional tournament here. No, I would say I like Black's position, obviously, but I wouldn't have expected it to be as serious as an advantage as the bar shows us.
Yeah.
So if we were to look at it without an engine, I would suggest that maybe Black just plays bishop g7, takes the e5 pawn, and Black has a very comfortable play, but not more than that. But according to engine, it's like a meaningful advantage, and yeah, I mean it's very difficult to argue with this silicon thing, you know.
It does feel it's all about dark squares, right? And if White would have better control on dark squares, it would be better for White. But nowadays, unfortunately, that's not the case. The square d4, the pressure on the d file, f4 is a problem as well. Vishy, how do you see this one, and what do you think Humpy's chances are to maybe even extend her lead at the top of the standings? Because if she wins this one with black pieces, she gets 3 points. She's in a good position.
Yes, very much. So another factor is exactly after the moves you made, castles long.
Yes.
I can go bishop g7. It's fine. And if you, let's say, whatever move you made, king b1, I can also play h5. I don't need to take it right away. So then I want to keep the bishop and my structural advantage on the queen side. My c6 pawn is taking away a lot of squares from this knight. So this knight is feeling kind of...
you want to have the cake and
abandoned. Yes. And here, after g4...
g4 for White.
For White. Then I could take on e5 because I have weakened your king side tremendously. So that's kind of the idea I would go with.
Yes, and the more I look at the position and the more I see all this combination of plans, especially this h5 with the idea to go g4, the knights are just simply not finding their outposts as White, and that's a huge problem. While Black has a very nice knight on e6, this is just going to be able to play a part on the queen side if you want, play a part on the king side if you want as well. So all of these factors seem to be indicating the fact that Black is having a dominant position. Perhaps the player know it as well, because you see it from their time expenditure. 1 hour and 8 minutes for Humpy, definitely feeling good about her position. A bit slower for Lei Tingjie, 52 minutes, not feeling as comfortable with this one. Humpy is looking great. And Emil, since I have you here, I do want to ask you about this big moment that we just lived, the whole chess world, the whole world as a whole lived last couple of days. The moment between Gukesh and Magnus. It's one of those history-defining moments in the world of chess. From your perspective, from the perspective of FIDE as well, there's very few events that have that type of impact. Well, what's your take on it?
Well, I wouldn't go as far as calling it history-defining. I think it's largely a modern world with the impact of social media, which make it maybe feels of historical importance, but it's not. I can recall similar instances happening at least twice previously with Magnus. So these things happen. It just happened before the social media were so popular. So these things do happen. I don't think it's necessarily bad. It's bad if it's ever repeating. If it happens once every few years, I think and boosts public interest, which has that's nothing horrible about it. It shouldn't become a pattern that this way you get. That you get a lot of likes or you got of views and somebody starts making a career by pulling a bad guy thing or uncontrolled emotion or something like that. It's not once again it's not something like disrespect like many people said he's disrespect. No, he was very, very emotional. But look, chess, one thing which chess teaches you is actually to control your emotion. So there's no, it's not, let's say, there's nothing to praise here.
And of course, it's not only the moment, right, when he banged, but also the repercussions for him personally. He came next day and he said, you know what, I don't feel like playing. And then he said, maybe I'm not going to play classical at all in the future. Of course, this is just a decision that he's going to make later on. But if he does make that decision, we could be looking back at this moment and say this was the catalyst. Do you feel it the same, in the same way?
No, I totally disagree. I think that Magnus has been talking about not willing to play classical chess long before. And if anything, it's a last straw, but not a catalyst. And he has been minimizing his activity in classical chess for quite a while now. The only tournament he played before it was this one. Okay, he played for his team, but in Olympiad. But otherwise, he doesn't play. Anyways, he didn't play much of a classical chess. So I really don't believe we should attribute as a gravity to this event as some do. It is something like I don't know to what we could compare it, but it's something that could be a nice story could be built around it. But people who are in chess, they know that there's nothing exceptional. And according to this logic, he wouldn't be playing as well as he plays today. And he plays exceptional game today versus Fabi. He goes for a most principled line, sacrifice a pawn for some sort of a positional pressure, and he plays a great game. If it was as impactful as suggested, he probably couldn't compose himself for a few days after that. But we see him playing great chess. And in general, Magnus is known for expressing his opinions as something like he is like very certain about, but then sometimes he changes it. And I honestly hope to see him more and more participating in more events. And said that, if he starts, if the question whether he will shift his focus to freestyle chess or rapid chess, he already has done it. So it's not something that like Hikaru said, there is a 20% probability that our last game we played a classical game. They already don't play. Come on, I mean they already play like once a year or twice a year. So it's not something like that's gonna change it. Let's not forget Magnus just became about to become a father in a very short time. It also has its impact, and not only psychologically, but even time-wise, to dedicate himself for 2 weeks of event and also preparation for the event is already becoming a sort of a difficult and sort of act of sacrifice. And that's why I think the whole picture indicates that Magnus was already about to limit his participation in classical events. And whether it will be one event like last year or 2 events like last year or 1 or 0 doesn't really play a huge role. What would be my dream scenario would be if Magnus trying to, to make the last bang, but not on the table, but on the chess world, and to try to regain classical world championship crown before he retires. That would be, I think, a dream case scenario for most or for almost everyone, apart of those who now feel his shoes.
Do you feel like that's something that could potentially happen right now, or is that a dream that Magnus stays out of classical chess for a while, for 8-10 years, and then he comes back and finally tries to regain the title? Do you see it as a right now type of thing, or more a future type of thing?
8-10 would be too much. I believe that even Magnus, as great as he is, when he will be like 45, 47, it would be difficult to come back, to qualify, and then to try. I think if such a comeback would happen, it would happen within 3-4 years. As FIDE, I can say that we can certainly assure that the financial conditions for this comeback would be very significant, because we know of several partners who would be willing also to significantly increase prize funds also. But we are doing it, the funny thing that we have been doing it all the way through. When Magnus retired, the prize fund was $2 million in his last match. The last match, which was in Singapore, already had 2.5, and for the next one in 2026, we plan to increase it furthermore. So I think by the time he'll be there, the price would be around $4 million, which would be already quite a significant incentive, but it's not about money, it's more about his willingness. Also, he would need to qualify. It's not like he would...
So he would go through the same cycle.
Yeah.
He would go through the candidates and whatnot.
He would have to, yeah.
Now, with Magnus taking a full break from classical, potentially taking a full break from classical, there's going to be a power vacuum at the top. Who's going to replace Magnus at the top? Who do you think is going to replace Magnus at the top?
Well, we see all
Even technically, he's going to be out of the rating list, more or less, as an inactive player if he stays out.
Yeah, but we see both Magnus and Hikaru slowly drifting away. But I always was and am of the opinion that even the greatest of players, they let's say, even this empty or vacant seat, it's get filled very, very quickly. I always think of Bobby Fischer, who was a bigger star than Magnus and Garry Kasparov together combined in 1972. Biggest star in terms of publicity. Because Bobby Fischer made a real revolution in chess in 1972 when all the Western media started publishing stories on the front pages about chess, and it never was like that. And still he left chess. So after 1972 he became world champion. 1975 he departs. What happens next? In 1978 you already have Anatoly Karpov versus Viktor Korchnoi. And it makes headlines all over the world again, for the different reason, but still, the players are coming, and there is again a story against a matchup against. So we do not lack an interest for chess. Probably it's just a perception, whether it is about the players or about the countries they represent, because sometimes it has to do with countries. If you have, I don't know, China versus India or India versus America, it's always a story. If it is Fabi who qualifies, and we know that then St. Louis Chess Club is willing to host it, and it's first time in St. Louis since 1886 or whatever, so it's also another story. And there is always a lot of story behind it, you know. With Russia, it's always a story of itself. Now the Cold War, and let's hope it's not exactly a Cold War already, it's sort of a war. So it's always a story behind it, and I believe the players will be. We see a very strong young generation here, very ambitious generation. One prominent player also from the youngest generation is not playing here, is Abdusattorov, who I regard as one of the very realistic potential candidates for being world #1 in 3-4 years from now. So there is 4 or 5 top players in the young generation who would be competing each other. But also for us as FIDE is also important that we prepare new, because those who are today 18, 20, 21, they're known to public. But there are a lot of talent now growing who are 12, 10, 12. And these are people who would be playing this very tournament in 5 years.
It's a great answer and a lot to unpack there. Now, let's talk about the position for just a second, because we do have, as you just mentioned, a great game of chess right now between Magnus and Fabiano. 2 players that know each other so well. What's the situation looking like at this point in time? We just saw this move, rook to a8. We're seeing a bit of a discrepancy in their time management. Magnus definitely feeling a bit more comfortable. This pawn on c5 looks menacing in the position. What's the situation looking like? Vishy, I'll give it to you.
I was wondering whether rook a8 is a move I wanted to play or did not want to play. Because on the other hand, if I stay on c8, I keep an eye on the c5 pawn, and potentially it'll be easier to capture that.
Right.
But then I don't have a move right now. So rook a8 is one of these active moves you make sometimes, like action bias. You prefer to do something rather than do nothing.
Yes.
But I'm not convinced that doing nothing was... I mean, you can't actually do nothing on a chessboard, by the way, but some equivalent. I was fascinated by the position because it's a difficult call. After knight b4...
And this seems to be the way forward.
Yeah.
Right? You're trying to
Black
get
can
the
do
bishop.
things with something on e5. Perhaps knight e5 gives a decent compensation.
One thing that Black should definitely not do is try to hide this bishop away.
Oh,
because after c6, again, we all know this is a fork. And the game would pretty much be over at this point in time.
Yeah. That's one more thing, by the way. If the rook was on a8, c8, sorry.
On c8, yes. So let's just make a random.
Knight b4 could be met by bishop a8, I thought, which is, well, I don't know that it's good. It's just I'm thinking out
no more forms.
What I want to do. Yeah, what I want to do. But it's clear that white has a significant advantage because though black's position is very tight, it feels like white's definitely more comfortable. So queen b2 is a fine move. It's important to take that e5 square. So
this was the plan before, try to swing a knight, maybe exchange the knight, but also potentially get the knight to c4 if you can.
For instance, what about knight g4 here instead of rook a8?
That's probably the best move in the position, actually.
Yeah, because if f4, I jump to e3, and this is a feeling of I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm jumping all over the place, must be good. If you don't do that, I have knight e5, and I thought this might be a reasonable try.
It's so interesting to see you unpack the position and get to the truth via unpacking the position. Rook a8 doesn't seem like, it looks active, but it doesn't do much in the position. And then you get to the idea of, hey, why don't I swing a knight on e5? And then this is the best move because I have the engine in front of me, so I know exactly what's happening. Knight g4, very nice move. He did not spot it. He played the move rook to a8. It feels like one of those Magnus positions, right? Where he just squeezes and get more and more advantages on the board and then finally strikes.
And
it's also a very important game, right?
Sorry, I didn't mean to step on your feet there with my words, but I was just trying to say that Magnus immediately made a move, or at least he made it very quickly.
He did play knight b4.
Jump.
Yes.
So he's even maintaining the time pressure. Please, Emil.
No, I would say that for the tournament situation, it's crucial for Magnus to win and to win actually in the classical, because if he draws and last round he plays with black, even if he wins two matches on Armageddon, it would not be enough to win a title, because any classical win in any of the games would take, let's say, Hikaru or somebody ahead of him.
Yeah.
So he's in a sort of a must-win situation in order to try and win a tournament.
And those are the standings right there. You can see Magnus still in second position, but with a victory in this one against the leader, Fabiano, that would place him in a very, very favorable spot going in the final round. Big moment right now. You can see it. You can feel it from the body language of the players. Magnus has played his move, but still maintains the pressure right now. He's focused on the position. He's looking at that bishop. He wants to push the c-pawn, and the pressure is on right now on the American.
Emil, before we let you go, because I know you are very busy and they demand you elsewhere too, I did want to ask you a question that we have been discussing with the other guests of ours too, because we are trying to show this broadcast to a mainstream audience, maybe people who have never watched chess before, maybe people that don't even know how the pieces move. So what would you say to our viewers if they don't know much about chess? Why should they give it a try, whether they are children or grown-ups? Why would you recommend chess?
Well, for those who never played it or seldom played it, I think it's just a very exciting game. Just to take it not as a sport, not as something very profound, but just a game. I mean, it's a nice game. It's a game for basically, if you are better, you win. There is no role of chance or something. So you can think of your strategy, you can outsmart your opponent, and if you fail to do so, you immediately can draw some conclusion and play the second game. And it's very self-fulfilling when you tried something, you try some new idea or concept. You even didn't study it, even if you don't have a book or something. But you can reach some conclusions just by thinking about it. Because that's how chess initially developed. Because at the beginning, there was no books, and of course, there was no computers or databases. But people were, with sheer strength of their mind, of their power brain, they would come with some sort of concepts, ideas, and so on. And for any new player, is an opportunity to enter this magic world when you can basically, you have an army of pieces, and your opponent has exactly the same. You don't depend on the roll of dice. You don't depend on a card which you pull like in other games, which is exciting in their own way. But chess, we're talking about chess now, and every game is a new start. You can come up with a new concept, with a new way where to place your pieces. And once again, nowadays there are myriads of opportunities to have an opponent of your strengths, to study something new, to go to YouTube and to listen to some opening traps, and maybe next time you play against somebody and you can employ it. And it's every time you discover chess anew. I have been a competitive player for more than 35 years, and I enjoyed it immensely, being in a position to discover again and again, even when I was a grandmaster, how many opportunities, how many various strategies there are. And of course, this door is open for everyone, and we as FIDE also would be supporting you in this path.
Thank you for your words, Emil. The doors are open, and we so appreciate that you joined us in the studio. Thank you so much for that, Emil.
Thank you, Anna.
We're going to take a short break, but when we are back, this is day 9 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women, and the tension is heating up. Anyone can still win the tournament in both tournaments. We'll be right back.
Humpy, welcome back to Norway Chess. How do you feel?
Oh, thank you so much. It feels good to be here again, and this is one of the most prestigious tournament, and I'm happy to be taking part in this.
You have been a top chess player over 2 decades. What keeps you inspired to play chess?
I think my passion towards the sport and the determination to win. Yeah, of course, there are lots of lows in my career as well, but whenever I was in a lower situation, probably I think I was determined enough to come back.
What sacrifices chess demanded from you to make to be here where you are?
Of course, a lot of sacrifice. I think not only me, probably every player who stands in the top places, they have to do the sacrifices. It's not possible to have everything in your life. Like, I do have to miss my family at certain times. Like, there are many moments like that. And also, like, there are times like when I wanted to be there, but still because of the commitments, I couldn't take part in those events and all. And thankfully, back in India, both my husband and my parents, they support me a lot. I think because of them, I'm able to continue my career.
Do you say that because of this support from your family, you are here at this place?
Yes, definitely, definitely. Or else it's very difficult to raise a kid without the support. So when I'm away, they look after her. So that really helps me to play peacefully.
Do you want your child also to play chess professionally?
Not really, because I know it's quite a tough sport. And also, like, people always talk about winning or about the joy, but there are a lot of moments in the sport where you'll feel very low, and you also go into depression sometimes when you have a very bad tournaments for a certain period of time. So it's quite a tough and challenging sport, and also it needs a lot of hard work. I don't think as a mother I'll be able to, see my daughter struggling so much. So definitely, but if at all she's interested, I would encourage her. But it depends on what she wants to be.
Yeah, right. What was the thing that surprised you that you played or happened to you at the chess tournament that you can recall?
Not really. Nothing really surprised me. But of course, there are times like when I started a tournament, probably somewhere in the middle of the tournament, or like I'm kind of in a situation that I never thought of winning a event, but later on things turned out and I won some kind of tournaments like that. Like, for example, the World Rapid Championship in December.
Yeah.
Like, I had my first game loss and I was struggling. So it was nowhere in my mind that I'll win the world title. So yeah, these kind of things happen in many tournaments.
What do you think your presence here at Norway Chess Women tournament, how it will affect chess for women in general?
I think Norway Chess has the best contenders participating here with just 6 players from all over the world. So we have the strongest ever tournament, even looking at the average rating of the players. So definitely me participating here will motivate more girls in India to look at the sport in a professional way.
Yeah, that's right. How can someone become a chess player starting from zero?
I think they should have a very good guidance, like a good coach who could, teach them every basic, every basics of the game, and also to train them psychologically. Nowadays, kids are getting more attracted to online chess and more influenced with the engines. I think for beginners, it's very important to play over the board and to learn from the books.
And for you, how important it is to be mentally healthy and ready for the long tournaments that you are playing throughout the years?
Yeah, it's very important to also maintain a physical fitness as well, because you have to play quite long games, and you need to have that energy to give your best. So I do maintain my fitness every day, spend around 1 hour on that. Yes, it's quite a challenging sport. Like I said, you need to be mentally quite tough, irrespective of the situations, like not only results but the surroundings, everything. You should be always strong enough to fight back.
Here we have an exclusive chess watches from Von Doren, which is quite limited edition, and it is made for Norway Chess. And here we have you who can tell us everything in detail, because these watches are very interesting for the chess and in general public. Can you please tell us about these 2 watches?
Yes, definitely. This is called Norway Chess Reti Classic, or Reti Mark II. And instead of our markers, it is chess moves, white chess moves in a very famous chess game between Richard Reti and Tartakover. It was played in Vienna in 1910, and Reti managed to mate Tartakover in just 11 moves with a beautiful queen sacrifice and a mate on with bishop on d8. So we thought, instead of having our markers, we take the chess moves, and it has a sunburst dial, Italian leather, and on the back case it is also the whole game, also white's moves, so you can actually play the move game yourself.
Wow, is this the game which is your favorite? Because as I understood, you love chess very much. You have a long-term partnership with Norway Chess, or this is the game that you found it's just suitable for the watch?
Well, both actually. I saw this game many years ago, and we thought it was so cool that it was made in 11 moves. And then when we got this idea, we thought, oh, are there any games that is made in 11 or 12 moves? And then we saw this. And then we realized, okay, we do this. So we made the watch in 2 colors, green and blue, and we have 150 pieces of each, limited. So yeah, I love chess, play every day online and sometimes over the board, but totally different level than the guys in the playing venue, of course.
Well, yes, these watches are there for the people who are interested online, and as well we do have a shop here, so if someone is interested can just come and buy. I have seen some people wearing it already, and it's very classy, it's very beautiful. Here we have, yeah, it looks fantastic, and thank you so much for creating such a thing for the chess world.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm really happy for this watch, and hope a lot of people will enjoy it.
Yeah. Can you please also tell us a little bit about this long-term cooperation that you have with Norway Chess? As I know, it's several years already.
Yeah, we've been the official timekeeper for 7 years now, and we support chess and Norwegian chess, of course, and international chess. We were also prize sponsor for Tata Steel Chess 1 year. And the reason is I love chess, and I also used to be a film director. So I made the films about Magnus, the Carlsen, the film The Prince of Chess. And I was also co-producing the large film, the feature film Magnus. So yeah, I've followed Magnus since he was 12 and think he's a fantastic player.
Women, these are the final 2 days of the most exciting event of the year. And what we have here are 6 ongoing games, beautiful colors. All 6 games are still underway in classical chess.
Absolutely, absolutely, and we do have a big clash right now between Magnus and Fabiano, and a lot of things are happening.
So much is going on that I think we need yet another expert to join us. We have had so many excellent guests today, each of them bringing their own angle, their own perspective, and we are now being joined by a game theory expert. Thank you so much for joining us again, Mehmet, with the predictions.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. Yeah, I was just looking at the Norway Chess bar for Carlsen Caruana game. It does show.
How is that one looking?
Yeah,
Mehmet.
I just cannot. So it just basically says 38% for Magnus and 52% draw. So it's giving significant practical chances to Magnus in this game. But honestly, I've been following your, commentary. So it does seem like, White has a slight advantage. But honestly, from my amateur perspective, I cannot understand this game. Why White has so much practical advantage here?
Well, I think right now is just because he's going to be a pawn up. At least for a time being, and that is.
Sorry, gentlemen, we do have a result. Hikaru Nakamura and Arjun Eric, I see a draw. So we will have an Armageddon in 15 minutes' time. Can we go to that game and see what happened at the end? It was a repetition of moves, I believe.
Sure, yeah, that's a little bit unusual. Let's see what happened in this one.
And the final moments from the game when the players claimed the draw. The rule is you cannot offer a draw in the first 30 moves of the game. It's only possible to make a draw earlier if the position is repeated 3 times. And that's what happened in the game. They wrote down the move and they are ready to show it to the arbiter and claim the draw. To Anastasia, who was here with us in the studio earlier.
And there you go. The players did agree to a draw via 3-4 repetition, and that definitely seems to have been good for Arjun, because just before they decided to repeat the position, it does seem like Hikaru had, at least from an objective point of view, and again, let's remind everybody, these players don't see what the engine sees. These players don't see the bar. They don't see that White is so much better at this point. Specifically with this move, G5. Not only that, you had a couple of options. Queen to E4, get the queen in the center would have been the right approach as well. But G5 seems to be giving White quite a significant edge. Again, it's the problem that how do you include this rook into play? The only way to do that is to castle. And once you castle, you put your king in harm's way. So for the moment, you're just simply playing as black without a piece. And that pawn on G5, not only that, it threatens the opening of your position, but also controls a lot of squares. You don't have the move bishop f6. And also, at the right moment, maybe I can break even further in the position with a move G6. A lot of opportunities for White. I'm a bit surprised that Hikaru decided to repeat the position and to show you how he did that. Queen to f2, rook to d6, rook to e1, and we got the dance of the rooks and the repetition. I'm not going to say I'm shocked by it, but I'm quite surprised, yes.
I think we're going to get some help to understand this game because we do have an interview with Hikaru Nakamura.
Hey, Hikaru, was that Arjun finding some good defensive resources there?
It's very hard to judge. I mean, we discussed a little bit after the game. I mean, it's a shame that we have this Armageddon because otherwise I think we could have discussed that for half an hour. The first thing is when he played bishop d7, as I mentioned in the confessional booth, I wasn't sure if I could take h7 because I looked at lines and I mean, I think by transmission I'd seen h6, g4, bishop d7 like in the game, but then I spent 20 minutes and I trusted him, which I mean, he said there was a move queen a5, so probably it was fine. And then somehow I thought I was better, but I was a little bit worried towards the end as to whether I could really do a whole lot and whether the bishops wouldn't become better in the long run. I mean, we discussed the line at the end with rook b6, knight d2, like rook f8, bishop d3, and I thought king c8, knight c4, rook b8. And I mean, again, it looks very funny in terms of black's placement, but the bishops are actually very good on like d7 and e7. I have this weak pawn on h4. There's no attack. The center is closed. I mean, I didn't know. So it was very difficult. And I mean, also, I was looking at the other games, of course, and it's no secret that I've had a good tournament and everybody else has been like doing okay, but nobody's really come close in rating. So it looked to me like Magnus was much better, and then I just thought, I mean, what's the point of going insane? You know, it was quite difficult to make the decision to take the draw, but I just thought it'd be practical.
Yes, you feel like Magnus has a chance in his game against Fabi right now?
Well, he's up a pawn. I mean, if Fabiano has something immediately to save the game, he'll be fine. If he doesn't, he's going to lose. So I think we'll know within the next 5 to 10 minutes what's going to happen. Obviously, I mean, people are probably wondering, like, you know, why does it matter if Magnus wins? What's the big deal? You should be playing for first place in the tournament. But my argument would be that, you know, at the end of the day, the candidates is the goal. I mean, it was not a goal even 3 months ago, but now it is definitely a goal, and it's on my mind. And so I'm basing it off of that, and we'll see if it works out or not.
I really appreciate that honest feedback. Thank you, Hikaru.
Sure, no problem.
Hikaru Nakamura highlighting an important factor in his decision, and that is to protect his rating. He has been gaining rating here, and he could be very well qualifying to the candidates tournament by being the highest rated player to earn that spot. The candidates tournament is the event where you can become the challenger of the world champion. It's crucial to anyone who wants to become a world champion to qualify to the candidates and to win the candidates. Christian, what are your thoughts on his decision to take the draw for that? And also, if you could show the moves that he mentioned, better without the moves. I see that it's more about the opinion.
Absolutely. I think it's just a practical decision, and I completely understand. I mean, Hikaru made no secret about his intention of qualifying to the candidates via this tournament, via the rating spot, and that's exactly what he's protecting right now. If he loses against Erigaisi gains 5 points, he loses 5 points. That's a 10-point swing. Obviously, at that level, gaining rating points is so difficult. They don't come easy, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's protecting his rating, makes a lot of sense. It's a practical decision. And again, he hasn't made it a secret that this is going to be his priority, and he seems to be maintaining that position right now. So I agree with his decision. It's a personal decision, and it seems to be satisfying him, and he's in a great position to maintain that rating leadership.
Very true, and he did also talk about the game between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. So let's head there and also talk to you, Mehmet, about the Norway Chess bar. For those of you that weren't with us for Game Theory Corners earlier, the evaluation bar you see next to the board, that is an engine, a computer evaluation. But Mehmet and the Norway Chess team are working on something even more in-depth, something that would take into account more human factors as well, such as the time pressure, such as the king's safety. Mehmet, please walk us through the Norway Chess evaluation assessment, and what is it saying about Magnus Carlsen's chances?
So here it was saying about 40% chances for 38% chances for white, and about 50% chances for, you know, Caruana to save this game. So there is still a lot of chances to save the game, but it's basically what it says is that it's a two-result game mostly. Either white wins or there is going to be a draw. And in that position, yeah, I saw Hikaru's remark in this position as well. He also says that Magnus has a significant advantage here unless Caruana has something in this position, which doesn't seem to be the case. I mean, so did White capture already the c4 pawn?
He has not. No. This is
okay.
not a live position. I think the live position is right now Magnus still thinking of whether to capture or perhaps to start with the move queen to d4 and then capture one move later. We do believe that capture is probably going to be the move, and he's just about to make that move. Rook takes c4. He does capture. And at this point, Fabi has a couple of options, very much aimed at what Hikaru would. Whoa! That's not a move that
one of those options, Christian.
That is not a move I expected, and he played it so fast. Rook to a5 and rook to a4. It's all about getting to the c5 pawn. Those were the top options right now. Vichy, a bit of a shocker right now with rook to c8. How do you assess it? Do you believe Hikaru has a point in claiming that Magnus is the favorite here?
I wasn't sure if I wanted to go rook a5 or not because I couldn't see the follow-up, let's say queen c3. But I think the computer actually feels that rook a4 is fine, and therefore, well, here it probably wants to go rook a2 or something, right? Queen c3.
Rook to a2 is one of them. In fact, he finds some very computer-esque ideas with queen to a6 and then start giving up checks and taking into account that the king is not that safe either. But this is not easy stuff.
Sure. And so Fabi just decided to be solid and double down on the c file and blockade.
Yes.
But this is not going to be fun. For instance, let me play e5.
I have to go knight d5.
Knight d5. Let me go queen d4.
And now I have to stay.
And let's say you stay, rook c7. I have this undermining trick, f5. I think this is one of the things, resources that... And nothing decided yet, but now black's king is going to feel a bit of a draft. So I thought that's one reason that this defensive fortress or structure is maybe not the best. But still...
It somewhat reminds me of his win against Eric Aisi. Not the same, somewhat different structure, but it's the same concept with a passed pawn that has to be, you have to attribute some resources to stop it, and then he finds a way and puts enough pressure to deliver that victory. It's not going to be an easy defense for Fabiano. 35 minutes for him, and that's probably also why he played rook c8 so fast. He really feels like he's dropping below on the clock, and he does not want to see that.
But it is beautiful, the idea of rook a5 and queen a6 or queen a8. That's a very interesting way to generate counterplay.
It's such a difficult one. It's such a difficult one. And the idea being that if you do go c6, now I'm going to utilize all of my pieces. Rook to a1. If you do go king to f2, knight to g4 is a problem, obviously. And if you do go bishop to f1, take, and in fact, some really nice tricks in the position.
But apparently, the draw is still there, which must mean c7?
Yes, c7, and I'm going to show just the beautiful idea behind it. Queen takes c4, and that's the fork that we're talking about, and you're right in time to catch this pawn before promotion with this move. Knight comes back just in time, and this is going to be a victory for black. Of course, that's not going to happen right now because of rook to c8. This is the position. Let's go deeper into a deeper layer and try to understand what are the plans. We've seen one with e5. Can we find something a bit more slow, a bit more preparatory for white? Is there something? What? Vishy, I'm going to put you on the spot on this one.
One other idea is f5.
f5.
But basically inverting the order so I can play e5 next. If e takes f5, e takes f5, I don't like what I've done to my pawn. And maybe queen e8 or something will give counterplay, but I thought I've at least forced c6 somehow. But it's the best might be to prepare with h3, king, h2 first. Okay, he's gone e5.
e5 on the board. The pawn push that attacks both the black queen and the knight at the same time. It's a discovered attack.
Right now, what Fabian needs to do is not overthink it and play knight to d5, because queen a6 was somewhat tempting. And then maybe
Queen
try
b7
to go...
or what? No, queen b7 I have some check.
Queen
No.
a7. No,
No, no.
at this point, just rook b4 seems to have been the big problem.
Really, knight d5, rook c8, yeah?
Knight d5 and rook b8, yes.
Rook b8, sorry,
yes.
yeah, rook b8.
None of that is going to happen. He did play the move knight to d5, and let's understand this idea, which does seem very compelling. f5. Do you do f5 before you put the queen in the center, control everything, or do you put the queen in center, put pressure, pile up the pressure, and then go for this break with f5?
It's very difficult. Maybe f5 right away. If it works, why not? Because if I play queen d4 first, you might be able to slow down things by playing g6. Then it's a question whether I want to play g4. I mean, we're just trying to slow or accelerate playing f5.
So f5 directly. Lash out like that. And the onus is on black right now to find a way out. What happens? Let's kind of review this idea. What happens if I do take that pawn? What's the win?
Yeah.
Maybe
And we're about to see it, perhaps, because Magnus Carlsen has pushed the f pawn. He's going for the kill.
Or rook d8 and just rook c1.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is indeed. Yes. Rook to d8, rook to c1, rook to c2. The idea being that you only need to bring another attacker against knight on d5. This knight on d5 is stuck. That's it. You're pinned on via two ways, on the d file, but also on this diagonal. You simply cannot move this knight. And all I have to do is increase the pressure, bring the rook on the d file, create a battery, and then pick up the knight for free. Big pressure right now for Fabi, and he feels it. He senses it. Magnus senses the moment as well. He understands what he needs to do. He needs to win this one to have a great chance at winning the Norway Chess 2025.
So perhaps queen a6 now.
Yes.
And then...
Seems to be the only move, in fact. And if I go back, do you go for a bit of an attack of your own, maybe?
Well, it activates the queen, sure.
Some difficult waters for Fabi to navigate. And while he's thinking, I do want to ask our guest Mehmet about how are the chances looking for these players when it comes to the overall predictions going into this round for Norway Chess.
So, so Carlsen was favored again, even though, you know, Caruana was leading the tournament in terms of points, because there is just, you know, 0.5 points between them. So Carlsen is the, you know, favorite here going into the last two rounds. So that does not take into account the current situation of the tournament, the current position. I think at this point it would give, you know, considering Carlsen's position against Caruana, it would probably give around 50 or slightly more than 50%. And then, you know, in the second place, Caruana, Gukesh, and Nakamura. Nakamura's chances after a draw today has definitely decreased, and considering what he said today, he's taken into account the ELO situation, and he's aiming for the candidates tournament. We could say that his chances will, you know, go below 10% definitely. For Gukesh, it all depends on what's going to happen in today's Gukesh VE game. The game seemed to be, you know, a three-result game where both sides can win or a draw can happen. So, you know, the position there is still, it's still a game on. Let's see what's going to happen there.
How about Norway Chess women? Because the field is so tight in both tournaments. Mathematically, anyone in the top 5 can still win both events, if I'm not mistaken, Mehmet.
Exactly. Mathematically speaking, only VE cannot win this tournament and Sara cannot win this tournament. So all other top 5, mathematically speaking, can win the tournament. And however, Koneru has the best chances at this point. And again, this is not considering the current situation And just a couple of, several minutes ago, Koneru's situation really looked good on the board. So let's see what's going to happen there. In the second place, Ju Wenjun, and then Anna Muzichuk in the third place for winning this is for winning the entire event.
Thank you so much for breaking it down to us, how it looks going into the round. And it's such a unique situation to have at any tournament. I feel like that it's still wide open when it comes to 5 players in both tournaments having chances in case they win their classical games, because a classical win here is 3 points. It's huge.
Absolutely. It's really, everything, pretty much anything can happen at this point. And a win gives you 3 points, so that you can jump ahead very quickly. And in the main tournament, especially in Norway Chess, every player actually lost a game. Every player lost a classical game. That's also very much unique when we consider about the super tournaments, top level tournaments. There's almost always one player who is not, who goes unbeaten, wins a couple of games, but in this tournament, really, these are the, 5 players are top 5 ranked players in the world, and only one player top 9 ranked. So all players are in the top 10, and the competition is so tough. We've seen so many wins.
Absolutely, and that has been the story in the ladies event as well. Norway Chess Women, so many fighting games, and Humpy Koneru leading the tournament with 3 classical wins. And she also lost, as you mentioned. All the players have wins and losses. Humpy has been collecting more wins, and that's how she is in the lead, a point ahead of Ju Wenjun and Muzichuk. How is this current position looking, Christian, when it comes to the present moment, the assessment? Why the computer is saying that black is better?
Well, we sort of discussed this. It's very similar to what we left it at. In fact, black did castle. I think we left it off after this move. Bishop to f1. Black did castle with long castle. Long castle, we expected this, but again, it's all about these plans that Vishy was outlining for us. At some point, you might be looking at ideas of h5. You do have the dark square bishop, which does not have a counterpart. Bishop to e6 was just played. The knight on f4, absolutely beautiful piece. And it doesn't seem like the quality of white's pieces is resembling black's. So right now, Koneru is in pole position. And on the clock, she's doing quite well. Also, bishop to e6, I like this move. Displacing the queen so that I can place this bishop on c5. Right now, the queen is controlling the square c5. Once you move it to a4, then I can get my bishop out. Not only that, I'm defending, and this is a beautiful bishop, by the way. Again, the one piece that does not have a counterpart in the position. There's no dark square bishop for white. Doing a tremendous job attacking and defending. It's looking great for Humpy right now.
What is the Norway Chess bar thinking, Mehmet? I see you are checking it. How is it looking? Is it giving quite a big percentage for Humpy?
Yes, it's giving 54% for Humpy Koneru in this position,
wow,
which is a significant percentage, and 30% for a draw. And I can see that some exchanges are happening now. Let's see what were those exchanges, but it does seem like Humpy has significant advantage in this case. So if she wins, she's not going to guarantee, but given how the other games are going, she might even guarantee winning the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely, and we do have the first Armageddon of the day between world number 2 Hikaru Nakamura and world number 4 Arjun Erigaisi, just about to start. Quick reminder on Armageddon that white has more time, starts with 3 extra minutes, but black has draw odds set. There will be a result. One of these grandmasters will win this game.
And
Christian,
by the way,
over to you.
Well, we do.
I ran out of breath.
We do have a completely different situation than what we've seen in classical. In classical, Erigaisi started with c5. We see e5 right now. Playing to the character of the Armageddon, you need only a draw with black pieces. So that's why we're seeing a much more tame approach and speeding through the motions. This is what we get. Vishy, what are the characteristics of this position right now? And prediction time as well after this one.
Arjun played his pet line here, which is 3 bishops c5.
this is his pet line.
Instead of knight f6, which is the Berlin defense.
Yes.
And Hikaru seems to have made a very practical decision before the Armageddon, which is that he thought, why should I prepare against two different openings? Let me do the same thing against both. So he just went c3 and d3 and gave it back to Arjun, and Arjun had to play knight f6. And Hikaru was saved some time having to deal with this, any particular characteristics.
Yes.
The problem is this position is very close to equal. So Hikaru is hoping to outplay him in the middle game.
So he's vacating any options of maybe getting a better position out of the opening.
I think he could have tried more against the line that Arjun played, but he's been very practical about, because he probably had to check the Sicilian and the French and other things. So, without a lot of time, he just said, okay, these two I'm going to lump together, this, let's go. And I think that's what has happened.
Similar strategy to the game that he had against Gukesh. Just get a position out of the opening, maybe an advantage, maybe not, but then just try to outplay your opponent by knowing better the ideas and the structures, and also having more time. Obviously, this is the nature of the Armageddon. Let's remind everybody. Anna, why don't you tell us what the Armageddon is?
The Armageddon, white starts with 10 minutes, while black has 7 minutes at the start. The difference is, with the extra time, you are also in a must-win situation. In case of a draw, black wins the game. So draw or win by black is the same. White has only one result to aim for. White is in a must-win situation, which will mean that Hikaru will go all in. He has to win.
And Hikaru, again, it's all about the ratings for him right now. He doesn't, obviously he thinks and he wants to win Norway Chess, but that's not his priority. He wants the rating. That's the weight off his shoulders right now. There's no rating in this game. He loses, it doesn't matter. He's not going to lose rating. So right now he's playing without that chip on his shoulder.
I think that's definitely important to emphasize to our viewers that we have this rating system where what Hikaru is talking about, that's classical chess rating. And in Armageddon, as Christian mentioned already, there is no rating on the line. So he was cautious in his classical game, but in the Armageddon, he's going all in. And look at that evaluation bar is already showing so much advantage for Hikaru.
Yeah, Hikaru is improving his position. He's outplaying Erigaisi right now. And for the simple fact that Arjun understands that he needs to stay practical, he needs to play fast, because he cannot afford, especially against Hikaru, to drop down to his last few minutes. Hikaru is a very fast player and puts a lot of pressure out of the gate. That's what we're seeing right now. Yeah. And the position, again, the position is great. You see the bar. There's still plenty of elements that need to come into place for Hikaru.
So while Hikaru is trying to reroute via d2 to c4, I think Arjun might play knight f8, e6. No, he didn't. He went b6 instead. But now it's important for Hikaru to keep this imbalance.
Yes.
Keep an a pawn against a c pawn, some asymmetry, because that gives him the best chance at an advantage.
Yes. And this a pawn is so nicely supported by this bishop on f1, all the way down the board, supporting all the way up the board on this side. That's a pass pawn, and it's a very dangerous pass pawn.
In this position, though, I would play b5, because it is more important for me that that bishop doesn't go to c4. I mean, that a pawn is an a pawn. I can't do anything about it. But if I do this, I stop that bishop going to c4, which is maybe helpful.
He played queen e7.
Okay. Well, he doesn't need to play b5 right away, but I can play bishop c4 now.
Bishop c4 is definitely one of the candidates' moves right now. I really like what Hikaru did in terms of controlling black's knights.
Yeah.
The knight on g6, not a lot of prospects right now. You understood, and you wanted to get that knight back to e6 on a more useful square. Knight on e6, not so much either. So Hikaru is looking at forcing that trade via bishop to d2, bishop to e3, and asking the question, how are you going to defend the pawn on b6?
The old-fashioned way.
The old-fashioned way, exchange
Put a queen on c4. Put a queen on c4.
And we're going to go over quickly to the game of the reigning world chess champion Gukesh, because he has just played a double exclamation mark move, and it could very well mean that where he is king is in deep trouble. Oh, there's also the double question mark and the double exclamation mark coming. Let's take a look.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, he fell for that. Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. Look at what happened. At this point, this knight is looking beautiful in the center. And what
Wait a minute. Bishop h7.
Yes.
Double
King h8.
exclamation mark.
Let's just explain this one. So, for example, if you do take on d2, then I'm just simply going to go. I even have very nice tactics with bishop to e3, winning for black, or at least getting black a good advantage. But this intermezzo, the idea being that if you take, I'll give you a check, you have to hide, and then I pick up the queen. And now you're losing. But the big question remains, and this is Vish's question as well, what happens after rook to h8?
Because after queen h5, I have queen takes e2, so...
You saw the bar swinging all the way down, that black
Which
is
means
winning.
he's going to play something other than, he's going to play rook takes d2.
That's right.
That's it.
Rook takes d2, get out of dodge.
And now if bishop e3...
What if I take, though?
Yeah, I would take on d5 with my rook.
Rook takes d5, let's say queen to e2. I don't want to see this check. Perhaps just g6 now. Don't go to h6, don't go up. That would be a nice checkmate.
Beautiful checkmate.
Well, the space bar disobeyed you and went up all the way, or the bar. But
and if you take, I think, just maybe entering this endgame, or
is queen b3 the move?
Queen to b3.
What a beautiful move, setting up a discovered check that wins it all. Black is up a piece, but it doesn't matter.
If bishop e3 check, you have rook d2 check.
Going back to that position after...
No, it doesn't matter. Yeah, sorry. Anyway.
King to b1. It seems to be winning. You can see it from the bar. Bishop takes h7. I don't know if this came as a shock right now for AE. He does look a bit under duress. He did not expect this move.
It does feel like Wei has blundered this intermezzo, and it could very well mean that Gukesh will be winning his classical game. We do need to hurry back to the Armageddon, and then we will go back to Gukesh's game. Everything is happening all at once.
Yes, and we do have...
It looks like...
Ooh. Looks great for Hikaru right now. You have not touched that pawn on a6.
But you're right. I just thought that the bishop is pinned, but you can't take on a6 anyway.
And let's just show that why. The bishop is pinned, but I take. And when you take my queen, you also unpin my bishop.
A pinned piece can't do much, but it can support another piece, even while pinned.
Yes.
So, okay, so let's go back to the game. He's gone knight f8, we're hoping to kick that rook out. It's a good moment to play king g2, maybe.
Get off this pin, knight to d7, and now bishop b7.
He has done king g2, yes, rook b7. And wow, Hikaru's winning.
Hikaru is winning. Hikaru is winning. That means he gets that extra half a point.
But you can see Arjun always making the most practically difficult moves for his opponent. So this is his great skill. He keeps posing practical problems, and
he's not giving up.
They've kept the time ratio. White started with 3 minutes more. It's still roughly the same.
Yes, and that's what Hikaru is really good at. We see a lot of the players that play with white pieces usually dwindle down their advantage on the clock. Hikaru keeps the advantage on the clock, keeps the position close, does not make any mistakes, as he didn't do in this one. In fact, increase the pressure, and at some point, something has to give. Still, Arjun fighting hard, but there's another pawn that he's going to lose next move, and that is after queen takes e5, he's going to be 2 pawns down. I don't see this one happening for Erigaisi right now.
This one's going south.
You would love to find a way, but there just simply is not a way. These two rooks need to stay connected to the pawns. King h7, just pick up the pawn on e5.
This is such an Arjun move. Just a quiet... His position is very, very bad, but practically these are difficult moves to deal with.
Rook to b7.
But Hikaru is being super practical, just no mistakes.
I just want to quickly highlight, we are not going there, but the bar on the right side in the corner is also showing huge advantage for LEI Tingjie because Humpy has blundered a piece, I believe.
Oh my
So there's a lot going on right now, but we are staying here.
Vaishali is now clearly worse, so my God. A lot happening, 98. Queen takes e5 maybe?
Queen takes e5. That seems to be it. Yep, he's just about to take it, and he did. No, this is over. This is over. It's a bad position, and there's zero compensation. On top of that, you're also down to your last minute 45 seconds against close to 4 minutes 30. I think we're going to see a resignation. Let's just stay with this one.
The pawn is now attacked.
I think white should play bishop a6.
Yes.
Allowing black to...
This is the question, right?
Yeah, knight takes a6, knight takes b8. And I now use my rook to help that pawn queen, and you can't really do much. But the knights can stick to each other.
They can stick to each other, but this should be just f4, e5, followed by king f3, king e4. Once my...
Yeah.
To be honest, I can just leave this pawn here and just swing around the 8th rank with a rook. It's looking devastating. I think this is what he's going to go for. It's simple enough. Yep, precisely, he's going for it.
That's exactly the line that Christian and Vichy analyzed, and the rook is about to enter the back rank.
In fact, white can just win a pawn in game on the king side now. Because white has an extra pawn, and those pieces are frozen out.
Yes.
In a sense, you could...
meaning that this 4 pawns versus 3 pawns on this side, and in fact, I would play g4, just to not ice this king on g6, do not allow it to go to f5, do not allow it to get closer. g4 just seems absolutely dominating.
That's exactly what Hikaru is doing, not allowing the Argentine to get close.
I think there's going to be a handshake now, because this is hopeless.
It's sad.
It's hopeless, yeah.
It's a sad position. The thing is, you would love to play f6, but I will just simply pass by.
Yeah, there we have it.
Arjun Erigaisi resigns in the Armageddon against Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru wins half a point for the Armageddon win, and we do need to hurry to Gukeshi's game because it is happening. The reigning World Chess Champion has a winning position against China's #1 player. There was so much going on earlier. I think we need to just catch up with what's happening right now, though. He's down a piece, but this is exactly the pattern that Christian and Vichy showed earlier, that white's attack is winning. Now the queen and the bishop are hanging.
Absolutely. And he is winning. There's still a technical task ahead. This is not completely over, but it's not looking great. So queen to e2 we're most likely going to see at this point. I don't see any other alternatives. Maybe, yeah.
It has just been played, exactly, Christian.
Queen to e2. And now it's crucial that you go for g6. It's crucial that you push the king back. Do not go into the endgame immediately, because if you do this, then my king goes to g6. Not only that, but I can just simply start picking up some pawns. So you start with g6, force the king backwards.
Can we show the checkmate one more time? It's so pretty.
Yes, of course. If you want to see some checkmates, Anna, come to me. I have a lot of checkmates for you. No problem.
Thank you.
Rook to h5. And queen to b3 seems to be the best move. Seems to be the best move, setting up this idea. And rook takes c5 is coming. Guys, this is what we've seen already, but what we haven't seen is how is late Tingjie better? How exactly is late Tingjie better? Maybe we can go to that game.
Yes, I think we do need to check what happened there as well, because Humpy had a better position. We were even saying she's the tournament leader at Norway Chess Women, and she was going to potentially win in Classical too. She had the upper hand earlier. She blundered with the bishop move. Christian, show us why this is a blunder.
Oh my goodness. Vichy, do you want to do the honors for us on this one?
Yes, so white is attacking the knight on f4. And Koneru counterattacked the white queen on d4. But what Lei Tingjie is going to do now is to play queen a4.
She did.
And now see, the queen is attacked and the knight is attacked. So the queen has to do something. If it moves away, white captures the knight and is a piece up. But, yeah, white is just a piece up. But if black captures the queen, white captures, then both pieces are attacked at the same time and they're too far apart to defend each other. And so, my God, what is going on? I wouldn't say why black is totally lost, because I have bishop takes f2 at the end there. Sorry, instead of queen a4, knight a4, bishop f2.
Yes.
G takes f4, bishop e3, check. And white is much better, knight c5. Yeah, no, it'll go slowly. So
it will slowly... How many pawns? This is only one pawn.
It's only one pawn.
It's only one pawn.
I thought after bishop f4 I had something, but the problem is I've allowed knight c5.
Yes.
And that's a killer, yeah.
For a pawn, that's 2 extra points for white for late Tingjie. In the endgame, with limited material, that's just simply going to be too much to handle. And that's exactly why Koneru says, you know what, I blundered, but I need to keep my chances, or at least the best I can do, alive. And she keeps the queens on the board, saying that I need to have a chance to get to your king. In the endgame, I'm not going to get to your king without the queens on the board. I'm keeping the queens on the board. She did capture that knight.
Was bishop b2 necessary? Was f5 not possible?
Oh, f5 is... f5, queen to e3, perhaps?
Knight to d2, I'm just wondering. I haven't figured everything out.
This
Rook
is...
d8. Oh.
This seems very tempting. Queen to d1.
And rook h2?
And bishop to e1, rook to h2. Yes. You attack, I defend. I have 3 defenders, the king, the queen, and the rook. You have 3 attackers. That's not enough. Would have been better. Bishop d2 is fine, but it does allow the loss of another pawn.
So the advantage bar has dropped a bit, though still winning for white, but it has dropped. It is much less winning, if such a word exists.
Somewhat of a tragedy for Koneru, a chess tragedy, of course. Similar to what Fabiano did yesterday.
Very much.
From a winning position to now a losing position in a very short amount of time.
There's just so much action going on. I would love to stay with this game, but every single board is on fire. We also have Ju Wenjun, a reigning women's world champion, against Anna Muzichuk. And Anna is in a great position to win with the black pieces and potentially jump to the very top of the standings in case Humpy goes down and Anna wins her game. Anna is going to be the leader of Norway Chess Women. Let's see what's going on in the position right now, Christian.
This is absolutely huge right now. So the material balance is in white's favor. In fact, white has an exchange up, more points up to this point. But the problem is you're facing a tremendous attack, specifically related to the pawn on d4, which is going to go to d3, which is going to advance down the board, and that's going to tie your pieces down to the defense against the promotion of this pawn. What I can do is go queen to f5. It's about the quality of the pieces. All of my pieces are ready to jump into the attack. This knight is ready to take. This pawn is going to go down to d3, opening up this diagonal towards the king. All of my pieces are going towards your king or helping my pawn towards promotion. So I have incredible coordination. I have no weaknesses in the position as black, and white has to deal with all of the problems that I just outlined. So this one, yeah, it's looking from a practical perspective, very, very good. Objectively winning for black. And I'm looking at the clock as well. And that terrifies me. If I am Ju Wenjun with this very difficult position to handle, and I only have 15 minutes against 35. This is only move 26, 28. It's not easy. Again, it's not easy to make it to move 40. Vishy, yes?
Just to have some perspective, an exchange up, Ju Wenjun's disadvantage is bigger than Humpy with a piece down.
Wow, yeah.
Then it tells you how bad white's bishops are placed and how powerful that pawn on d4 is. These are killer differences,
Absolutely,
right?
Absolutely. So you're ahead materially, but the position is absolutely devastated. Anna.
I just really want to get Mehmet involved on this because we are talking about all these human factors. We see the computer showing quite an advantage for Anna. What is the Norway chess bar saying about Anna's winning chances here?
Yeah, so Anand's point was really instructive for me as well, because when I checked with the Norway chess bar, here it gives Anna Muzichuk 83% winning probability.
83% winning chances. Wow, with an exchange down, that is huge.
With the material down. And as Anand mentioned, in the other position, while, in the other position, LEI is ahead in the material, but her winning chances is not as high as Anna's winning chances here.
That just goes to show how the factors in her position, like that pass pawn and like the inability of the white bishops to get involved, is crucial here. It's 83% winning chances for Anna with less material on the board. Goodness me.
Yeah, and it does, the position on the first look, it does look very complicated, but when you think about, like Christine and Anand explained us, bishop c5 is a very powerful. It's going to be a very, very powerful bishop, and the passed pawn on d4 is a very powerful passed pawn, and White's bishop in g2 is really a bad bishop. So if you think about it, it does make sense.
And we do have a pair of moves. I believe the queen has gone to f5 and White also moved the queen very quickly.
That's exactly what we had. Queen to f5, queen to e2. Again, it does not really help your case right now. The same ideas are going to be executed. Bishop c5, d3. It's bad. It's really bad. I understand. Look, this is not over. The game is not over. The world champion is going to put a lot of resistance. But right now, Muzychuk, and she's been stellar in this event. She generally does not miss whenever she has this type of chances, this type of positions. And I'm not expecting a miss from her in this one either. So I think Muzychuk is looking really good with the black pieces. A win here in Classical, coupled with a loss by Humpy, would put her in clear contention, and I would say as a clear favorite going in the last round to win Norway Chess 2025. But still, we're very far from that. We're two very big results away from that. Let's see what happens.
Huge moment for Anna Muzychuk, and she has more time as well, but the tension is on both players, and anything can still happen. We still have a game at Norway Chess Women that we didn't have much time to look at. It's Vaishali with the white pieces against Sara Khadem, and I think Vaishali is also in somewhat of a trouble. There have been mistakes back and forth, some missed chances. If we take a look at the current moment and what we have here, Vishy. First of all, what's with the castling or non-castling? What are the kings doing? Can we explain to our viewers what happened here with the kings?
Both sides found it advantageous not to castle. White, for obvious reasons, because the H file was open, you have a ready-made file. Why would you bring it out this way? For black, it's probably to defend that h6 pawn. But I have to say, even though I understand the evaluation here is bad, I would not give up on Vaishali's chances, because you have a pawn on f5, you have a rook on h5, something is going to work. I mean, maybe rook takes e5, knight g6 check, who knows? And the more you get down the moves and time pressure starts to approach, it's more random. I'm not even sure I can recapture after something like bishop e6. I mean, I just feel that White's practical chances are so good here.
The practical chances in terms of the position, absolutely, Vishy. But what do you think about her time management? This is only move 26, and she's down to her last 13 minutes. 20 minutes difference on the clock.
That is admittedly a factor I neglected. It's difficult because Sarah has enough time to do this carefully and haul it in.
She has already been thinking for nearly 10 minutes on this one move, and she still hasn't made up her mind. This is a very tough situation in terms of the time management for Vaishali, because there is no increment until the players reach move 40. So this is all the time she has. If she uses all 12 minutes within the next couple of moves, she's going to lose on time. And that's part of chess. You can lose on the clock.
Let's see this move, knight to g6. I think Vishy was making a very good point as to what she needs to do right now, what Vaishali needs to do right now. And I do think that this is why she's using so much time. She's using so much time because she's calculating all of these sacrifices. This is a big sacrifice. You're saying, you know what? Take my knight. The question is, but why? You're just giving me your knight. No, it's not that easy. What you're doing is emptying out this square. f5, so that the rook can land there. And once the rook lands there, it's all about getting to the king. This is what I want. These are the type of ideas that she's looking at. Do they work, is the question.
Can I point out just that knight g6 check?
Yes.
Black might be able to play king g7.
Of course.
And if knight h8, rook h8, and now black is 100% safe, and bishop c5 and a4 are coming.
We're seeing the same situation.
Yeah.
Exchange down, but your position is dominating.
A piece up, it wasn't that clear.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's because this knight, absolutely tremendous piece in the middle of the board. Defended, you will never be able to get rid of that. The bishop, as Vishy just pointed out, comes back to c5, and then you just start pushing. It's looking absolutely great for Sarah, and Vaishali still has decisions to make. Will she sacrifice with knight to g6 or maybe get the exchange? Knight to e6 is a point of consideration as well. And guess what? I don't have to take it. I don't have to take it.
So much to consider here, but her time is ticking. And as we have mentioned, the clock is a huge part of the game in competitive chess. So we do have a bit of a tutorial, an explanatory video on how clock is used in chess.
The double timer, it's not just a gadget, it's a heartbeat with every chess game. Each player gets a set of time. Use it wisely or lose, even with a winning position. There are different time controls in chess. Bullet, 1 minute. Pure reflex. Blitz, 3 to 5 minutes. Fast and tactical. Rapid, 10 to 25 minutes. A balance of speed and strategy. Classical, around 90 minutes plus increments. Slow, deep, and unforgiving. And there is Armageddon, where white gets more time, but black only needs a draw. Total pressure. The clock forces decisions, makes every second count. In chess, time is pressure, and the ticking sound is the sound of nerves. The clock is your enemy or your weapon. Every second counts.
And there is huge time pressure in so many of the games. I think we do need to go back to the game of the reigning world chess champion, Gukesh Domaraju, who is in a very promising situation. He's still down a piece, but I think after the dust settles and after he picks up the bishop, he should be in goal position. Let's take a look at the current situation, Christian.
Yes, he is down a piece, but he does have the opportunity of not being down a piece next move by just simply capturing that bishop on e3. Thank you, Captain Obvious. But yes, take on e3, the idea being that if you do take with a rook on e3, you're looking at some checkmates potentially on the back rank, but I can defend against those. With the queen landing on b4, not only that, but setting up this nice pressure on the rook on f8. I'm a pawn up. I'm very close to your king. All you have to do is, in fact, let's just show this. You defend this, I make a random little move, and then you go f3, you're like, I'm going for promotion. No, you're not. You're going to get checkmated. That's what you are, because right now you're opening up the line for my queen to get swing by, and after queen h7, king f8, I have plenty of ways to checkmate you. I keep checking you, check, check, and the mate arrives on the board. So you simply don't have a lot of ways from the beginning, from the get-go, as Wei to improve your position. I take my bishop back, I get the queen to b4, and I just simply don't see the compensation for black right now.
This has been such a fascinating game, and we earlier analyzed where it went wrong for Wei. Can we also show the mate, by the way, for black, just for educational purposes, in case Gukesh doesn't play that queen move? He will not blunder, but just to show the idea of how black is threatening checkmate.
And surprisingly, it would be quite difficult to set up.
We move that rook away. We move the rook away.
Because even if you go here, right now, you still have rook to d1 to defend. But if you do bite and take my queen on e1, now you're lost. Now that's it. Game over, because there's no way to defend the king. You go rook to d1, that's your final piece that you throw in front of the checkmate. And I say, I'll capture that, thank you very much, that checkmate. These 3 pawns are stopping you from exiting on the second rank. That means the king is in check, and it's in checkmate, right?
I'll just point out one thing. After queen e1, I understand you were trying to set up the mate, but if I go rook d1...
Which is a forced move, yes.
Queen h4.
Yes.
If you played queen takes a7...
Yes.
I could move this rook aside, let's say rook back to e8. And if you played some move like a3, f3, my single pass pawn on the 7th is going to be worth all your pass pawns on the other thing. This is the sort of thing that black is dreaming of now. Unlikely to get it, because that king is always ending up with a check on h4 or h5. But I guess this is black's dream right now.
I like this idea. get the queen on the h-file, protect the h-file,
and then push.
Give the pawns, don't worry about the pawns on the queen side, on the right side of the board, and just utilize this pawn. This is your only hope right now. This is Wei's only hope. Let's see if the world champion does decide to capture on e3, which would be the winning move.
I want to ask Vishy about why Gukesh is thinking, are there other candidate moves other than capturing the bishop that he's considering?
One thing that occurred to me was a3. And then if bishop takes f2, I asked myself what happens if rook g1 to g5, and it looks like there's no defense. But I put the queen back to e6, and we have solved the g8 problem. I've regained the g8 square. That sort of thing. So you need to...
And
you need to spend some time.
This is still winning for white.
Really?
With
yes.
And rook g5.
This is exactly what he's calculating right now. Rook h7 with the idea.
You're kidding. Rook h7. Wow.
Rook dh5 and a mate. So for example, if you lose a tempo, rook dh5, you get my queen, but guess what? I'm checkmating you first.
But if I go queen takes g6?
Yes. Guaranteed. This is what he's calculating right now.
Queen takes e6, g6.
Rook dh5.
Queen back to e6.
Queen takes b7.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I really need to stop you from going king f7. This is the
and
idea,
if rook e7, something bad is going to happen.
Rook h8, king f7. This is a very forced line.
And queen b8 check.
And queen to b8. Not easy.
No, not at all.
Not easy. This is what he's looking at right now.
Can we show it all the way, Christian, on why this is winning?
Yes. I'm laughing because even here it's not that clear why white is winning. Queen takes f4, and I will pick up the bishop on f2. And what that means is that at the end of it, I will be 2 pawns to the good.
And in case the queen blocks to protect the bishop, we have another pattern here to show how to win the queen. Skewer.
Is that a skewer?
I think so.
Is that a skewer or a pin?
That is a traffic jam.
Traffic
jam. Okay. It's a traffic jam.
Yay.
Yes. This looks like a traffic jam, actually. So many pieces on the f-file. Huge line right now that we're spotting, and it's not good. It does not work.
So
and let's just show why.
That the world champion, 19-year-old Gukesh Domraju, is considering not capturing the bishop. He's considering being down a piece because he wants to build up this checkmate attack. That's what he's calculating.
Yes. And this is so easy to miss. This is actually kind of a 6 situation, and you will understand in just a second why. Queen to e1 first. I'm forcing the king to go to a2. And now I go back to e6.
I got it. Oh, boy.
This is easily missable.
Can I show you one thing?
Yes.
Which I pointed in the meantime.
Christian, before we move on, just to highlight the difference, is it okay if you just show it to the viewers as well?
Now you go rook to f6. And after, with the king on b1, I think you probably had some sick ideas with rook to d8. But right now, if you go rook h5, first of all, this just simply loses right now. You have to go back to stay in the game. Absolutely wild. This is just engine moves. I'm not going to try to explain every single engine move. This is what he's calculating right now. And to be honest, I don't think he's going to do it. I think he's going to calculate and pretty much say, you know what, why don't I just simply take the bishop on e3?
Yeah.
But Vishy, what did you want to
I just saw a cute trick.
Yes.
If you go back before this.
We always want to see some cute tricks.
Absolutely. Instead of instead of queen e1 check, if I play rook e3.
Yes.
Then you go rook h5 check, king g8, rook f5 check, rook takes b3, and rook h8 check. Thank you.
Wow.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Yes. Sacrifice everything.
And the dramatic expression we have for this is called mate. Nothing more. I can sauce it up. But
that would be beautiful. There's so much for Gukesh to think through and calculate, but we also have another key game, El Clásico, Magnus Carlsen against Fabiano Caruana. And if Magnus wins that game, he will be the sole leader of the tournament. Can he convert his advantage? This is this queen and rook endgame where he is up a pawn.
That's a $1 million question, Anna. Can he convert his advantage? And I do want to include Mehmet on this one because I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what the answer is. What is the Norway bar saying on this one?
Thanks, Christian, for asking. I was just exactly doing that. I'm just waiting for the Norway bar to answer us, give us an answer here. But first of all, from my human perspective, this does seem to be what we call a two-result game. Either white will win or it's going to end up in a draw. And when I'm now checking the Norway chess bar, it gives 63% to Carlsen and 35% draw.
Really? So it increased?
It increased,
His
yes.
chances of winning increased, which surprises me because to my eyes, to my untrained eyes, it did decrease the chances that he's going to win this one, just for the simple fact that right now, the king seems a bit weak. I do feel like I'm getting very close. At some point, you will have to sacrifice this pawn for maybe the pawn on d5. And if we get into a technical draw, rook endgame, I do expect Fabiano to defend that. So
probably the Norway bar is taking into account Magnus's very good results in positions with limited material,
yes,
and has factored that in, or some such piece of information which this bar does not take into account, right?
This might very much be.
That's right, exactly. It does take into account Carlsen's endgame results, basically, which is in a blitz situation. We are not in the blitz case yet, but when it comes into the time trouble, it gives Magnus Carlsen, a significant edge over there. If for those viewers who may remember last year, Magnus Carlsen won an endgame against Fabiano Caruana with 1 pawn up. That was a queen endgame, and the objective bar was showing exactly equal if Fabiano was able to find the correct sequence of moves. However, he wasn't under time trouble, and that gave a lot of practical chances to Magnus Carlsen. Here, players are not under time trouble yet, but there is still 10 moves, I believe, to the time control.
We don't have to go as far as last year. This is the exact same material balance that Magnus had against Erigaisi. Different pawn structure, but queen and rook, 4 versus 3. 4 pawns for white, 3 pawns for black, and he won that one effortlessly. So perhaps the bar is also taking that into consideration.
Exactly. That's right. It was just it was a similar situation. White's king was not as, White's king is a little bit less safe, as you put it before.
This pawn was here, this pawn was here, and this pawn was on the b5.
Basically.
Somewhere around there, yes.
Yes, and we saw a king walk.
A king walk, yes.
In this game. I'm curious how Magnus Carlsen can convert from this position. I honestly don't know. I would blow up this position. I would, I would most likely lose against Fabiano from White's position. But it does looking promising, and Magnus Carlsen will press, and probably he will wait for this time trouble to get into a situation where he puts Caruana in a difficult position. Probably one move saving situation where Caruana maybe save the position with one move, but the question whether he will be able to find that move.
I want to hear Vish's prediction on this one. Do you think Magnus is going to take it?
My human bar tells me that Fabi has gotten a situation where he just has to swing his queen to e6 and c6 in most positions and move the rook accordingly. It's not complicated rook maneuvers or anything. The solution to most of Magnus's plan looks simple. Only when you try rook b2 to advance to b6 or something, he needs to react with rook c8, counterattacking, something like that. So my feeling is Fabi's probably going to make it because time pressure isn't as much of a threat to him now because his defensive resources are quite simple.
So rook to e2, I go back.
Correct.
To e6. Rook to c2, you're ready to push the c pawn, I go back to
or
c6.
I can play rook e8 here and rook c8 there. But I would prefer to keep just moving the queen so that I don't...
you don't confuse yourself. Yes. Just move the queen.
See Magnus
on
giving
the
them.
back rank. There is so much to unpack in this round. We will take a very short break, but when we are back, all the action from day 9 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. There's so many key games, and you see the bars jumping up and down. We're gonna have a lot of exciting action to look forward to. See you in a few minutes' time. Welcome back to the broadcast of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. This is day 9, the final days, and we have a no result. LEI Tingjie has won her game against Humpy Koneru. These were the final moments from the game where LEI Tingjie finds this crucial check with the knight, a knight sacrifice that we will break down to you in a moment. But what a heartbreak for Humpy. She was the sole leader of the tournament, and she had a better position but blundered a piece a couple of moves ago. I'm afraid we don't even have time to break it down because Gukesh's game is also on fire. The reigning world chess champion has been sacrificing to go for the kill. And what do we have on the board right now against Wei Yi? Christian, if we catch up with the game.
Well, it's basically what we left it at. We did think that f takes e3 and this capture of the bishop, the only extra piece that Wei has on the board, would come. And it did. Queen to b4, again, it's all about controlling the back rank and attacking at the same time and potentially controlling the push of the f-pawn as well. And it did come. Rook to c8, rook to c1, this is what we have. It's just a very good position for the world champion. Extra pawn, it does feel like the black king is way weaker than the king on b1. And the f-pawn, the one trump in your arsenal right now, is just simply immobile. So I think the world champion has it. And I do want to see the standings perhaps right now and see exactly where Gukesh will be standing after he wins this one. These are the latest standings. We do want the open standings. Take a look at that. Gukesh right now, 11.5. If he gets 3 points on this one, he jumps over Nakamura, potentially jumps over Caruana and Carlsen, depending on how that one finishes. If Magnus wins, he's going to get 1.5 points. If he wins in the Armageddon, that's going to be 13.5. Gukesh is going to be at 14.5. Gukesh has a clear chance of jumping in the lead after this one.
Yeah, since unless Magnus wins, I mean, Caruana is not going to win most likely.
Yes.
Unless there's something extreme try. And then Gukesh is taking the lead.
Gukesh is the leader going into the final if Magnus does not win in Classical with a victory against Wei. This is huge, guys. This is absolutely huge because we should remind everybody how this tournament started. Gukesh lost his first 2 rounds.
Yeah.
In classical chess, so that is -6 points. And the previous round, before today's round, he also lost. So he had a really tough start, then he had really good results, beating Magnus, of course, beating Arjun. But the day before yesterday, he lost a very painful game against Hikaru Nakamura. The question was, to many of these players, have they recovered? And Gukesh, I think he's screaming, yes, I have recovered. It's behind me. I'm here to win this tournament.
It's incredible, actually. The fact that he's so close to taking the lead after that start, 0 out of 6, with everybody storming off the gates and getting those crucial points. And right now, piling victory after victory after victory. Lost the last one, bounced back immediately against Wei. It's impressive. And right now, he's showing what a world championship can do to you. It just gives you the resilience that you need to go through these moments. He's seen it all. He's only 19, and it feels like he's seen it all already. And right now, it seems like he's going to be the leader. It seems, we're assuming that the Magnus and Fabiano are going to end up in a draw. That's not clear either. But with that being a draw, potentially, Gukesh will be most likely the leader going into the final round.
There is actually a forced win right now. Because I'm threatening rook d8 check.
So let's say you go a6.
Yeah, then, well, here you will have rook e8, which probably still wins. I take on c8 and queen f5, but let's just go back up a bit. There's a simpler win, which is that I go rook h5 check, not d8.
So I go check from the other side of the board. Yes.
King g8. Queen d5 check, forcing you to go rook e6.
If you go on f8, let's just show the mate.
Yeah, it's mate.
This is a beautiful mate on the board. And if you do go rook to e6.
Then I go queen f5. And very important that I'm defending c2 because black was threatening. We should show that in a second, what black's threat is if white doesn't defend the last rank. But after queen f5, the only piece which can stop queen f7 besides the c8 rook is the e6 rook, but it has no way to do so because you will lose the c8 rook.
They're pinned to each other.
Yes.
These two rooks are pinned to each other.
So the only way to do it is either rook f8 or rook c7. And for both moves, rook h8 and queen f8 wins. So this is now mathematically over after queen a5. There is no defense.
Queen to a5, vicious prescription right now seems to be absolutely decisive. There doesn't seem to be a way out outside of maybe sacrificing, which does not help. Rook takes b5, the same idea, rook to h5, check, get the queen on the other side, on d5, and deliver the goods.
And LEI, I believe, has moved his king out of that open file, but it still doesn't seem to save the situation. Black is completely lost.
I suspect, would rook d2 be winning?
Rook d2 is winning, yes.
Can we show the idea why that move?
Rook d2 is absolutely winning, and my guess is that if you do try to just simply go
I have a cute transfer. Queen d8 check. Oh, sorry, there's actually queen h5. I missed that. I wanted to go queen d8 check, queen h4.
You wanted to go
but
on the
it's
h5.
not necessary at all.
Yes.
Queen h5 is straightforward. Okay, so sorry.
That was a nice transfer.
Yeah.
And keep that in mind. I mean, that could arrive in other variations as well. And it highlights the goal right now. Let me swap this rook for the queen on this file and then get my queen on h5 or h4. And then if I get to h7, force your king out, you're in trouble.
Sorry, there's a simpler win. Rook d8 check.
Yes, rook to e8, only move.
And queen d5 check.
And queen to d5.
And that's over.
Yeah. Many ways to finish this game right now for Gukesh. Let's see which one he chooses. He's spending the last few minutes trying to figure things out. He is ahead on clock. He's not too worried about the time trouble situation. He has more time than his opponent right now with a winning position. The world champion is on his way to taking the leadership for the first time in this event. I hope I'm not wrong, but it does feel like this is the first time in this event that Gukesh.
That is very
It required Fabi to be ambushed yesterday.
Yes.
I mean, day before.
Against
and that because Fabi was keeping up with him in wins and everything. But now it's...
And he has played b3. So instead of moving the rook or giving a check, he just says, hey, everything is fine, chill. I'm just pushing my pawn. So there are no back rank patterns.
I like this. Yes, the idea being that we've seen this queen coming back to c4 occasionally, but also having a safe net for the king is quite important. So I'm not faulting this move at all. I think it's a very decent move. I see the bar dropped a little bit, but I'm not worried. I don't think it reflects reality right now.
Mehmet, what is the Norway chess bar saying? What's the percentage for Gukesh's win?
It was giving just a couple of moves ago 80% winning chances for Gukesh, and the remaining is drawing chances. And I guess the reason why Gukesh just moved b3 here, just to give the king a little bit space, might be because there are 5 moves left to the time control when players will gain 10-second increment, and maybe he did not want to calculate everything right now, just to get this safely 10 more seconds, and the position looks very good anyway. So that's my guess, basically.
That's a very good point. That is a very good point, because he knows he's winning. Once he makes that 40th move, then he knows he also has the safety net of the extra 10 seconds, so he doesn't have to worry about that. Good point, and it does increase the pressure on LEI. Hey, we still have a lot of moves to make.
He retreats the rook, guarding the back rank.
Magnus and Fabiano, you see the bar getting closer to the midpoint, so definitely seems like Fabi is holding his own right now. Muzichuk is really gaining the edge against Ju Wenjun, and she might be winning that one as well, which would mean that she would be the leader if she wins that game against the world champion Zhu Wenjun.
Yeah, those are the stakes both for Gukash and for Muzichuk. So let's check in on that game because that's a key game for Norway Chess women. Now that Humpy has lost her game, it is between Zhu Wenjun and Anand Muzichuk to take the lead, whether it's in Classical or Armageddon. But one of these ladies will be the sole leader of Norway Chess women. And Anand Muzichuk, I mean, goodness me, look at that position. She's down on material, but her pieces are dominating the board.
Yeah, it's a pretty position. It's a beautiful position. At the same time, there's one thing that I am slightly worried about. I'm not worried, I'm slightly worried. And that is the pawn on e6 for white. So right now, I can guarantee you that Anna has an eye on that pawn. She really does not want that pawn to move too much towards promotion. So a very beautiful little move. I don't think she's going to play it, but she has a chance of playing it. It's bishop to e4. Oh.
This position is looking amazing, but I also feel like Fabiano has just made a big mistake. So can we actually go to Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana? Because we've just said that it's looking like Fabi is holding his ground, that he's defending well. What has he missed?
He went for the h5 pawn and allowed c6.
Oh my goodness.
He had what seemed like a fortress.
Oh my goodness.
Severe misjudgment.
What happened there?
We need to rewind for a second to see what was the miss, because it looked like Fabiano Caruana was defending precisely, but under the time pressure and under the pressure of course, Magnus building up this tension and having the extra pawn, testing Fabiano once and twice and 3 times and 10 times. Fabiano defended well for a long time, but eventually he cracked. Which one is the moment that made his position worse? Christian.
Well, again, he didn't listen to Vichy.
That's already a mistake. We know that.
I'm really a bit puzzled. Why didn't he listen to Vichy and go queen e6, queen c6 forever in perpetuity? Because this is what Magnus was doing. It's not like Magnus was improving his position. He was just swinging back and forth. Yes, Vichy, you seem to have the answer.
Yes, I do. He went queen e6, and
queen
that
a6,
seems
yes.
yeah.
But why didn't he go queen e6?
I think rook b1 anyway.
And rook to e8?
Well, and this is the thing. You would rather capture the c5 pawn than the e pawn, because now I'm going to play rook b6.
Yes, I will take.
I take. You take. I go c6. You have to go rook e2 check.
Yes.
King f3, rook c2. But now king f4 wins. And that's the difference. If you had an e pawn, you would have a draw here, because the king is closer on f8.
Yes.
So in fact, it was not, he couldn't defend on both squares. He had to have the option of rook c8 whenever you went to the b file, because it is important to capture the right pawn.
It does seem like even this, there is one move that...
Oh, that is lovely, yeah. Get the king out, right?
It's a very nice move. The idea being that it's the only move, by the way. If you go c7 now, I go to c2, behind.
Yeah.
This is what could have been, but what is happening, there is a meltdown for Fabiano Caruana. Both of the past pawns of the world #1 Magnus Carlsen are marching forward to promotion. Black cannot stop everything.
Yeah. No, I think Magnus has it. And you can see it. He knows it. Fabi knows it. Magnus will take the lead. It's the exact same scenario that he's had against Erigaisi. Just grind it down, put enough pressure until your opponent cracks. And both of his opponents, Erigaisi and Fabi, when they had similar situations, they cracked.
And this is such a trademark Magnus Carlsen style. He is the best in the world for a reason. He came back as an ambitious fighter today, and with this win, he's going to get 3 points and he's going to be the sole leader. Even if Gukash wins his game, it is Magnus Carlsen who will be leading with 1 game to go. For Fabiano, goodness me, he was holding his ground, but it's so hard to defend against Magnus for so long.
This is the exact opportunity to talk about Magnus' effect that he has on these players. We know that the position is close to equality, close to an objective draw. But they don't. They have no idea. And the pressure keeps going on, and Magnus looks confident, and he plays the moves fast. Time is dropping down. You're getting down to your last 5 minutes. And then you start panicking. And that's exactly what we're seeing from these players. You panic, you make one minuscule mistake, and that's it, game over. He punishes you for it. That's exactly what we're seeing right now.
Just one question. What happens here? Oh, I answered my own question. I wanted to know about rook c8.
Rook to c8 to stop the pawn,
But
yes.
simply queen d3 check, maybe?
Queen d3 check, yeah. No.
And queen g6, queen takes d5, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's it, sure.
Defending both pawns and...
What I was hoping for, instead of queen d3 check, is that if you played rook b7, I have queen e2 check. If you played e7, sorry, c7, no, excuse me, e7, then I have rook takes c6, but again, there's queen d3, so that's also...
Queen to d3 still wins.
Still wins.
Yes.
So it is as hopeless as it looks. He's gone queen g6, which at least solves the queen d3 check. Now, should I play rook b7? No, that will allow queen c2 check.
The unfortunate situation right now is that seems like a lot of moves are winning.
Okay.
Show us some of them, Christian. Let's
One of them
explain.
is the simple rook to e2 to just simply go behind the pawn. And then threaten that after c7 and e7, I will take the pawn on d5. And there's just simply no way to get out of that.
Yeah.
If you do move the rook to try to stop me from going c7, then I just simply take the pawn on d5. I defend, and then I push my pawn, next move. There just simply doesn't seem to be a way out. Rook to e2 is the easy, and the move that Magnus does not need to calculate too much. You're just defending the pawn on e6, and you know exactly what you're doing next. It's not looking good. That's one of the ways. c7 is also winning. e7 is also winning. But rook to e2 is just a simple way. And he plays it.
It's simple and so effective. You guard the pawn and also help guide it all the way to promotion. Two passed pawns so close to the promotion square, and black cannot stop both pawns.
Yeah, it's somewhat of a hopeless situation right now, and I just want to point out the fact that Fabi only has 1 minute 40 seconds.
Yeah, this is going to be over.
This will be over soon.
Yes.
Yes, there just simply is no way out.
It's just so difficult to block two passed pawns. One passed pawn is easier to block it, but there are too many. Two is basically too many in this situation.
Fabi, still, I suspect that running for the h5 pawn was the clear mistake.
Yes, I think that's the one that the computer said as the final mistake, that he took the pawn.
Because even earlier, I considered queen h5, but then thought that dealing with a pawn on the 6 was not worth it. And
going back,
I think somewhere maybe this queen a6, e6, and running into rook b1, he then decided to go for this plan, but...
Let's catch up with the players, because it might be very close to resignation for Fabiano. He moves the rook to the corner, a final attempt to bring the rook somewhere. Where is he going?
He's trying to get the g3 pawn. So, for example, if you take, I can go here, but even this is...
Queen e4, yeah.
Queen to e4 should be completely winning right now.
Queen e5.
Yeah.
e4, everything.
Queen e5, queen e4, queen e5 to defend the pawn on g3. There's many of options right now. Queen takes d5 is one of them. c7 again, completely winning. e7 not winning. That's one way to not win this one, because queen c6 not only captures the pawn, but defends against promotion as well.
So that's a move that Magnus shouldn't play, but he can push the other pawn.
Queen takes d5 and it's just over.
The simple way is to just pick up.
I think this you can do in time pressure. Queen takes d5, queen e4. It's very easy to do in time pressure, and there's the rook just doesn't even get back.
Yeah. Let's see what he chooses.
He's about to make a move. Magnus Carlsen about to win the game. This could be resignation for Fabiano. He's down 2 pawns, and those pawns are unstoppable.
Yeah, and Magnus gets it done once again with the white pieces in the same style that made him a world champion, made him one of the greats of our game, in the same solid, slow style where he just pushes you to the brink of defeat.
Exactly. It's also a heartbreak for Fabi He was winning yesterday against Arjun Erigaisi, and he lost from a winning position. And today it looked like a drawn position, but he's in a losing position right now. So 2 losses in a row, while with 1 win he could have, almost secured the tournament win. So it's really heartbreak for him as well.
Absolutely. 2 losses in a row when you are in such a good position will hurt.
And in the meantime, we do have another result. Gukesh Damaraju, the reigning world champion, with the win against LEI. Gukesh is going to be in 2nd place because Magnus Carlsen is about to win his game as well. What a round. Both Magnus and Gukesh recovering from their losses and taking the W today. This could be the moment where Fabiano Caruana resigns.
And right now, after Queen to E4, yep.
And there it is, the handshake. The world #1, Magnus Carlsen, recovers from the losses, recovers from not having the ambition to play in classical chess. He came with that fighting warrior spirit today. He had all the intention to play for the win from the opening onwards. And he wins his game against his main rival. El Clasico match of today. Magnus Carlsen against Fabiano Caruana. Magnus wins. And these were the last moments from Gukesh's game as well. Christian.
We sort of expected that as well. Gukesh gets the win. Right now does not take the lead for the first time as we predicted, for the simple fact that Magnus did completely reverse that position from a very equal position or a somewhat equal position to a win via pure pressure. And these 2 players are still analyzing, trying to figure things out, trying to understand the truth of the position. But Magnus will be the leader going into the final round.
And that is Norway Chess. All 3 games are wrapped up at Norway Chess, but the ladies are still fighting. And this is a key game because Anna Muzichuk could be the sole leader if she converts this game. And it looks like she is about to win against the 5-time reigning women's world champion, Ju Wen-jun. Let's bring up the board, Christian, and check in on the position.
Well, I just want to show you that she did play the move bishop to e4.
Wow! What a move!
She did find that move, bishop to e4. And this is where we stand right now. Bishop to h4, only 30 seconds for Ju Wen-jun. Not a hopeless position yet, but the problem is it's somewhat easy to continue developing this attack. Knight to c3 seems to be the way out. Knight to c3 seems to be progressing your position by the simple act of attacking that rook on d1 and supporting the promotion of the d-pawn, the biggest asset in Black's position. Let's see if she finds it.
Mehmet, I'm really curious what the Norway Chess bar is saying about Anna's winning chances. What percentage does it give to Anna?
At this point, it's 88% for Anna Muzichuk, and the remaining is for a possibility of a draw. So as just Christian mentioned, it's not fully over yet, but it's an overwhelming position, overwhelmingly winning position for Anna. So
I think the only difficulty here is the time. Both ladies are down to their final minute, and that's the time till the end. They get a 10-second increment per move, but that is not much time to think. So huge time pressure for both of the ladies here. Ju Wen-jun with the white pieces, the reigning world chess champion, and Anna Muzichuk. If she wins, she's gonna be the sole leader ahead of Humpy Koneru.
Vishy, she's getting there. She's close to winning it. How do you...
Bishop g4, and simply I thought...
what's the one way out?
Bishop f6, g5, just many ways to
Bishop to f6, then go f5, g5.
Yes.
And if I take this pawn, what is the problem with that?
I believe we have a slightly different position, so let's catch up with what Anna has played.
Sure.
She's guarding her pawn.
It also works because I can next take rook e8 and rook e5. You have no rook e8 now, bishop f5, h5, something like that. Because the white rooks have no squares on the first rank.
Ooh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
All of these squares are protected by one of Black's pieces. Pawn promotes soon. King to g7, king to g2.
Now rook e8. Okay, she's going for...
She wants to go h5. Oh. Makes a lot of sense. Look, if you can manage to connect your pawns, h5, g4, f3, that's the dream right there.
Right.
That's what finishes the game on the spot, and that's why she plays h3 to stop that.
And yeah, so this is one of still, to an amateur person, I believe there can be some complications because the material advantage is still there for white. However, as Anand put it, on the first horizontal line, white rooks basically cannot play almost, they cannot move. So it's a very jammed situation for white.
A very good way, probably, to finish this one would be take the bishop and then go king f5.
Right.
Not give the h5 pawn.
But she was understandably not wanting to remove that knight.
This knight is such a beautiful piece. Such a beautiful piece.
Yeah.
White's pieces are basically paralyzed. It doesn't matter that you have two rooks. You cannot do anything with the rooks. You cannot give a check. You cannot attack anything. This is a dominant position with black's pieces ruling the entire board.
In fact, you almost don't have any pieces, any squares for any of your pieces. Like, this rook doesn't have any squares. The bishop can move back and forth without any goal in mind. And then I just simply go king to d4 next. I really love the fact that she plays the rook first, rook to d3, and then king to d4. Yeah, she's putting on a masterclass right now.
But now king to d4, yeah.
King to d4. An absolute masterclass by Anna Muzjuk.
Which wasn't necessary.
Game.
No, but
What
now
a game, and
rook
it's such a
b3,
tense
and then she'll
moment.
go d1.
d1 right now?
Yes, and rook d1, rook takes d1, and that's winning.
And we're going to get this endgame, but this pawn is going to be decisive.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
There are probably other ways as well.
Let's see the final few moments of this one. Bishop to e1.
Even better. Cutting off that bishop, right, yeah.
Rook takes f3, followed by d1 gets you a queen.
So Ju Wenju moves the bishop away from the capture square.
f3 is winning, yes.
I think that's what Anna will do. Yeah,
if she
she's
finds
definitely
it,
pushing the pawn.
If she finds it, then I'm sure she... No?
Oh, almost. Well, she captures yet another pawn. Not a bad move either.
Right.
She has all the time in the world because white cannot do anything.
Well, right now you can maybe take and then go h4 and try to free up this.
Ju Wenju goes back with the rook to the back rank. The knight will jump back to where it was.
Now, rook g3 check.
Do not capture the pawn on c4.
Even that is probably winning.
She goes to c5,
Okay,
with
c5,
the
that's
king guarding
clever.
her pawn. And then she's ready to jump with the knight back to where it was, attacking the white rook.
It's all about the promotion. This is what she wants right now. And the thing is, even if you do sacrifice on e1, this a pawn is going to be decisive next. So the situation is close to hopeless, but Ju Wenju does not give up. Rook to b5, check.
King takes a... And rook
And
takes.
it takes
And now,
the pawn.
does f3 work?
f3...
Oh, still rook f3 and then rook f4 check is
f3
available.
might not work, yes. Or at least it's going to give white some chances. f3 is a way to make things,
Maybe
make
rook
life much more
g3
difficult.
check and then f3, I don't know. She's gone rook g3 check.
And in
But this is tricky.
We do have one
This
more
is a
result,
hedge
by the
pawn.
way, gentlemen. Sarah has won her game against Vaishali. This is the final game of the day. A trade of rooks on g3, and that pawn will be supported by the knight jump back
Black
to
should
promote
still
it.
be winning, but...
It's getting dicey
Yeah,
right now.
h4.
This is a great move by the world champion, Ju Wenju.
So, because now black has to do quite some calculation. But I think knight c3 and run back with the king, but...
The idea being that you cannot touch this pawn because you lose the bishop pawn h4. This is suddenly something for Ju Wenju. This is the best position Ju Wenju has had in the last 20 moves or so since we entered
Knight
this endgame.
c3,
Knight
That's what
c3,
Anna
great
plays. Very good move.
and it does seem to be enough. Yeah.
It does seem to be enough, but still, you should probably start pushing your a pawn right now.
And
Or
she
run
only
back with
has
the king.
28 seconds. It's a lot of pressure.
King to d3. Bishop to f3. She's looking at finally getting that pawn to promotion. h5. I think you have to give up the bishop right now.
For the pawn and be down a rook for a moment of time.
But then the A pawn, the king on E3 or C2 supporting D1 as well. This should be enough. But will she do it? She does it.
She gives up a bishop. She's down a full rook, but still
But she's gone the wrong way?
Wow. It's still fine.
It's still fine, yeah.
It is still...
Because D1 and B5.
You have so many pawns on this side.
Black only has pawns to compensate for the rook, but it's enough. It's winning the game. It goes to show the strength of the pawns when they are passed pawns.
All of them have the potential to promote. So right now it's going to be very difficult to stop all of them.
I think bishop H5.
King to G5.
Yeah, and now perhaps even, well, D1 and B5. Okay, so she's
B5.
starting with this. That's good. King takes B4 and you're halfway there.
She's waiting for the king to arrive on E3 so that whenever she gets a queen, she gets it with a check on the king. And we're going straight into that variation. B4, A4, D1, all of them are winning right now for black. It's only a matter of choice. 23 seconds to make that choice.
Okay, B4.
She's pushing.
Does rook F2? I just go king D3. And that ought to be winning, right?
Yes.
What an instructive game this is.
Goes to show the power of passed pawns. There's that rook that cannot do anything but
Now
wait
finally
on the
D1.
back rank.
Now that white has wasted a move with that bishop and D1. So.
And that's the queen right there. Yep. And she places it on the board.
And now that knight is cutting the back rank, the black pawns will be pushed. The white rook and king cannot do anything about stopping them.
It wasn't easy, but it does seem like she's going to get it done. It does seem like she's going to get it done. It's going to be extremely difficult. Even without the knight, this position could maybe be still winning. But with the knight, it's completely winning. These two pawns are an absolute menace.
They're basically unstoppable at this point.
Yes.
As the knight cuts the first.
And white has to waste one more move with the rook to be able to give a check even.
It's
so
a sad
that's
position
just
for
running,
the rook
which
as well.
she has done. And now.
Now just hide the king to C1.
C1, yeah.
And there are no more checks and no one can stop the pawns. It seems to have been the theme of the day. Magnus Carlsen winning with the passed pawns against Fabiano. Anna winning a key game today against Ju Wenjun with the strength of the passed pawns and resignation by Ju Wenjun. Anna Muzichuk wins with the black pieces, gets 3 points for this win, and she is now the sole leader of Norway Chess Women with 1 round to go. What an exciting day this has been. All decisive results at Norway Chess Women, by the way. All 3 games were decided in classical chess.
All 3, wow. I think this is the first, probably the first round in any of the sections that we've seen only decisive results.
And 2 decisive results in Norway Chess. That is, only 1 game went to Armageddon. That was Hikaru's game against Eri Gaisi. 5
round.
games in classical chess decided today.
Very bloody round today.
Wow.
Go ahead, Mehmet.
I believe this is Ju Wenjun's first loss, including the last Norway Chess Women's tournament.
Yes.
And in this tournament.
Classical.
The first classical loss, yeah.
Yeah, you might be right. And what a bad moment to get your first classical loss. Right now, she's out of contention for first.
She is out of contention, and Humpy Koneru also went through a hard break today. She is losing the first spot to LEI Tingjie. Let's listen to the interview with LEI Tingjie.
Congratulations. This was so much needed for the standings because you got 3 points and you are now among the leaders. How important is to win the last rounds for you?
I think, this tournament was quite, difficult for me because, I lost Sarah and I also lost, 3, 4 Armageddons in a row. So it was, quite painful. But today also the position was totally, unexpected. And I also forgot the line. I think I should have played H3 instead of Knight F3. And later on, when I sat there, I was like, okay, at least last game, last 2 games, I don't want to care about it. And maybe just wait for some chances. And she blundered when she played Bishop C5. And when she played Bishop C5, I tried to, make sure if she blundered. And I told myself, yeah, she did.
What was your first reaction? Because probably this move bishop c5 is the move that you did not really consider before. And how did you felt about that?
I think when she played castle, and I already saw this position. Yeah, so because if I don't have a queen a4, I think my position was completely lost. And because I spent almost 20 minutes and I saw queen a4, I kind of yeah, I think it should be okay. But okay, after if she played knight g6, I think position also should be favored by her. Yeah.
Well, congratulations again and best of the luck.
Thank you very much.
LEI Tingjie escaping from a tough position and turning the tables around against Humpy Koneru. 3 points to LEI Tingjie. Sarah Kadam also won her first classical game against Vaishali Ramesh Babu, and the key game of the day, Anna Muzichuk winning with the black pieces against reigning women's world champion Ju Wenjun, which leads us to the following standings with 1 round to go.
Anna Muzichuk leading the tournament right now with authority, 2 points ahead in the lead, 15.5 points, followed by Koneru Humpy with 13.5, LEI Tingjie on 13, and that finishes the podium for us. Ju Wenjun 12.5, Vaishali 9.5, and Sarah Kadam on 9 points, which means that Koneru tomorrow is in a must-win situation, and she needs to hope that Anna will lose if she wants to win this one. Otherwise, Anna is looking great in the tournament.
Looking absolutely great. A 2-point lead, meaning that even with a draw and then an Armageddon game, Anna Muzichuk could clinch the first place. She will be facing Vaishali tomorrow, while Koneru's opponent is Ju Wenjun.
And she has the white pieces.
Yes, she
Anna
does have the white pieces. So this is looking amazing for the Ukrainian lady Anna Muzichuk, the 3-time world champion in rapid and blitz, with absolute authority leading the field with just 1 round to go. And also, of course, what a day, meaning with 3 decisive results in classical chess at Norway Chess Women. And of course, we'll also break it down to you about what happened at Norway Chess. But before we go there, we do want to welcome to the studio the tournament leader, Anna Muzichuk.
Hello.
Anna, congratulations on the win. Please talk us through the emotions, the most important moments from the game against Ju Wenjun.
Oh yeah, a lot of emotions, I have to say. I don't know, because the opening that we played today, we were both not prepared. Okay, of course we knew some ideas, but not like we directly prepared. And I wasn't sure what to play in the beginning, I don't know what my position is, but then after I played f5, I think it was okay.
Christian, do you want to show us that moment that Anna is highlighting, f5? Absolutely, I have it on the board right now. We'll bring up the board in a second just so that Anna can walk us through some of these key moments and the emotions as well, because Anna, I see that you're still processing the fact that you won the game. We do have the board here and f5 on the board.
Yeah, so here I think it's okay. And then there's another moment when I played f4 and went for the exchange sacrifice. I still don't know if it's
It's
good
great.
or not.
It was
Yeah,
a good
it
decision,
worked.
yes. Rook takes f4 was a great
Yes, because if she doesn't have e5, then, well, I play bishop e5 and...
Total.
Yeah, but with e5, I wasn't sure, but yeah.
And then she played this move, d4. This must have struck you as a shock.
Yeah, I didn't expect d4 at all, but here still I wasn't sure to take with the knight, to take with the pawn, what to do. But I think I played okay until the time trouble. In the time trouble, what I did was a disaster.
I think even in the time trouble, you maintain your lead. And in fact, I do want to highlight this move because I think it was great.
Yeah,
what a beautiful
because
move.
Yeah, like the main line f takes e4, bishop b4.
Yes.
There was actually another moment, but okay, first this. So if rook takes e2, and then queen e2. Queen takes, rook d8, bishop f8. And if e7, I'm on time to queen and queen e4.
To get both
Wow.
pawns.
Amazing.
This is
And
so
not get
nice.
checkmated just in time. What a beautiful
And there was
night.
another moment, like when I played queen h5, yes. Okay, here bishop g4 she cannot play because I take.
That is nice.
Wow.
Yeah, and f3.
And then do not take, but to play f3.
Continue with f3. This is crucial.
So, yeah, but then then it was totally winning, and what I did was.
When did you feel like you somewhat lost the plot? Because objectively you never did. But when did you feel, from a practical perspective, that it was getting a bit tense?
When I got to 1 minute, it's like. No, because for no reason I just gave this h pawn. Then I decided I have to. Yeah, still winning, of course.
Still
it's winning
yes.
with any move, but I managed to make it the most complicated way. And here I started collecting pawns instead of promoting. And then, after she took this g pawn, and when she played h4, I was like, I'm not sure I will win this anymore.
What was your? You play the game, you never actually let go. But seeing h4.
No,
did you think you might have spoiled it?
No, I saw h4 when I played rook g3, but no, I was realizing that I shouldn't play like that, but I have no time and I have to play something. I was like, oh my God, how can you play like this?
But you made a very good decision
Bishop
at this
h4.
point. Bishop takes h4.
Yeah, but because otherwise, this bishop on g3 is totally stupid. The bishop doing nothing, the pawn is right.
It's not coming back.
Yeah.
Well, after bishop h4, I knew, okay, at least I will not lose this.
You always have the idea of d1 and getting the bishop off the board. Anna, you're going into the last round, clear at the top of the standings, 2 points in the lead, playing the white pieces. What goes through your mind right now? How happy are you with this victory, but also, I'm sure you already started the preparation in your mind for tomorrow, at least from a strategy point of view.
No, not at all. I'm still in this game, so it just finished. I didn't think anything about tomorrow.
How are you feeling about the chances for tomorrow? Are
I
you
don't
going
even
to
know
tell
the
us the
standings,
strategy?
to be honest.
You're 2 points ahead of Koneru.
Okay.
And you're playing the white pieces against Vaishali.
Okay, this I know.
So that's more or less all you need to know.
And here we have the standings indeed. Anna Muzichuk 2 points ahead of Humpy, Koneru and LEI Tingjie, half a point behind Humpy, and Juvenjun half a point behind LEI Tingjie. It's a very packed field, but it was even more packed going into the round. And we were saying before today's round that in both fields, the top 5 players, anyone could still win mathematically because it was just so close. And you get 3 points if you win in Classical. Now 3 of you won today in Classical in Norway Chess Women, and you are in the sole lead. What does it make you feel when you see this? And you were so close last year too. You finished second in the first Norway Chess Women tournament. And this year, you are going into the final round 2 points ahead of Humpy. What do you think when you see the standings?
I think it looks good. I'm ready to end even today, if everybody agrees.
I think the fans, they do want to see you tomorrow fight again. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on the win. Anna Muzichuk, the sole leader, going into the final round of Norway Chess Women. Good luck tomorrow as well. And these are the results now from Norway Chess, because that was also, goodness me, what a round, Christian.
Absolutely, take a look at that. Hikaru Nakamura wins the Armageddon against Arjun Erigaisi. Gukesh Domaraju and Magnus Carlsen defeat Wei and Fabiano Caruana respectively in Classical, get those very important 3 points. And that means our standings, we're standing at 15 points for Magnus. Gukesh very close behind, 14.5. Anything can happen in this one. Hikaru, 13 points, and Fabiano Caruana right now on 12.5.
And since everything happened back to back, now let's listen to some interviews back to back. Magnus Carlsen, Gukesh Damaraju, and Hikaru Nakamura about their game today.
Magnus, huge congratulations on the win. We have been enjoying seeing you playing this game. Did you regain some love for the classical chess from this game?
Honestly, it seemed to me that Fabi was not in great shape today. There were several of his decisions that I didn't understand, and from a kind of a nothing position, I managed to get more and more advantage. And even at the end, it wasn't easy to win, but I think he was not quite there, it's understandable after what happened in his last game. But I think that's really what he came down to today.
If he wouldn't take on h5, did you have some practical chance to win?
Yeah, I thought I had excellent practical chances to win. But with this format, time running down and everything. But I was not really that concerned. But yeah, I thought there were always going to be chances.
So now you're leading the tournament. Obviously, it's probably not changing approach for tomorrow because Arjun always going in for a fight. But if it changes anything too?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't thought too much about it. Obviously, this improves my situation quite a lot. But we'll see. As you said, Arjun will always want to fight. So I'm prepared for a fight for sure.
Thank you. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Congratulations on the victory. That was a brilliant game that you played. Can you please take us through the game?
Yeah, so I played this queen d3, which is kind of a rare move in the Petrov. And he was not aware of the details, I guess. This queen c4, queen f4 idea, I think it's already quite pleasant for white. And then yeah, once he played f5, I got g5 and all the light squares were weak. It should be maybe still holdable for black somehow, but I just thought it was quite a pleasant position to play. And then yeah, he missed this bishop h7 resource, which was kind of cute. Yeah.
When he played knight to d2, a blunder, were you already certain that there was winning position for you after bishop h7?
Yeah, when I played rook e2, I saw that knight d2 was not possible. When I played it, I had this initial moment of doubt, but after I saw bishop h7, I knew it should be good. But yeah, after that, I think it was just.
Gukesh, now it's in the final round. It's about Magnus and you, very close to each other. What is your thought about this rival?
Yeah, it's great to always go against Magnus, and right now I'm happy with the game that I played today. Tomorrow, hopefully, another good game I can play, and whatever is the result, we'll see later. But yeah, just focusing on playing a good game tomorrow.
And Gukesh, I don't know if you have seen some of the videos of you and Magnus. It was rotating in social media, all the platforms. We had 70 million views of some of these videos. Have you seen any? There were some of the actually funny versions of the video as well.
Yeah, I mean, Dad showed me one, but yeah, I'm sure there are many more. And I mean, it's nice for chess, it's not only about the moves. Yeah, some people get attracted to the emotions, to all these memes and stuff really helps. So yeah, I'm glad I could contribute.
Well, congratulations and best of the luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Hikaru, huge congratulations on the victory in the Armageddon game. You seem to get quite a great position out of the opening in the classical part, or how much satisfied were you in the opening?
With which game?
With classical.
Yeah, I mean, basically it comes down to this bishop takes h7 move. As I mentioned in the confessional, I wasn't sure whether it was a pure blunder or it was preparation. Ultimately, I trusted Arjun. I think for all the clowns out there on the internet who were saying stupid things in regards to some of my comments about him, if anything, I showed a little bit too much respect, both there when I when I didn't play bishop takes h7, but then also when I didn't go g5. But that being said, I think my instincts were right to make the draw when I did, because if Arjun had castled instead of playing this repetition with rook b6, rook d6, I might have already been a little worse. So I think my instinct of like the margin was very good to take the draw, because I felt like it was slipping. So yeah, that was pretty standard, you could say. And then the Armageddon, I just got a good position. I mean, as I said before, Jose Martinez, this Joss Boom guy, used to always play this line against me online, like in 2020 and 2021, and I struggled a lot with it. I think Ding actually showed a great way to play from the black side, but I just decided to play something that I was familiar with. And if you're not ready, you can be in a lot of trouble very quickly, and that's what happened.
Yes, a draw definitely brings significantly less chances for the top place in the Norway Chess, but do you still have ambitions for tomorrow's game?
Let's see if Magnus wins or not. I mean, nobody's going to like me saying this, but I mean, ever since the American Cup, when I got these 8 classical games, it was very unexpected for me. My focus has been on the candidates, basically trying to just get through this event without doing something stupid, and I seem to have done that pretty much. So we'll see. Thank
you, Hikaru. Have a good rest and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
And there he is, the leader of Norway Chess. World number 1 Magnus Carlsen goes into the final round, half a point ahead of reigning World Chess champion Gukesh Dommaraju. The fans stopping all the players, but especially Magnus Carlsen and Gukesh. I feel like they have such a huge fan base here in Stavanger. Christian, Vichy, what a day this has been.
Yes, and you have to say, finally, his character shows. He's been struggling with himself, with his motivation, and then there was this game with Gukesh. But somehow, on the final day, he gets his act together. He manages to pull a miracle out of the thing. It wasn't at all easy to win against Fabiano. And he managed it. And he's going into the final round with a pretty decent lead.
Absolutely. Christian, your thoughts on today's action?
Yeah, no, just absolutely nerve-wracking, fast-paced action. In all of the games, both sections have given us just incredible games. In the women's section, 3 decisive results. I mean, we haven't seen that the whole tournament. And I feel bad for Humpy, because Humpy had a great position out of the opening. She was the leader going into today's round. She could have extended her lead if she would have defeated LEI Tingjie, but unfortunately for her, it was one move, one moment of not paying attention, and LEI Tingjie turned things around. And of course, Magnus, as Vishu just brilliantly pointed it out, he shows character, and he usually does. Whenever he's with his back on the wall, he generally fights back, and that's exactly what we've seen from Magnus. And let's not forget about Gukesh. Gukesh was this close to being in the lead going in the final round after starting with 2 losses in the first 2 games. So Gukesh is showing a lot of character right now as well. This is the battle that we're seeing, the battle between Magnus, Gukesh, and I do think that there's somebody else that can potentially catch these 2 players, but we're going to have a fantastic final round here in Norway.
An absolutely spectacular final round is what's ahead of us indeed, because in both fields, I believe 4 players can still win the tournament mathematically. In both events, we're gonna see in the final showdown Arjun Erigaisi against the tournament leader Magnus Carlsen. Fabiano Caruana still with winning chances for the tournament against Gukesh Dommaraju, and Wei Yi against Hikaru Nakamura, who also has mathematical chances depending on the other games. What a day, and Norway Chess women also so exciting.
Absolutely, and in Norway Chess women, only 2 players still have chances to win this one, Anna Muzchuk and Koneru. Sarah Kadem, she's facing LEI Tingjie. Ju Wenjun with the black pieces is facing Koneru Humpy, and Anna Muzchuk right now, she will be facing Vaishali. If she makes a draw tomorrow, that's it, game over, she clinches the title. She has drawing odds with the white pieces against Vaishali. We're going to have a fantastic day at the office here, watching all these brilliant games happen in real time.
What a fascinating tournament this has been, and there's still one more final day to go. Thank you so much to all of our viewers out there. We so appreciate your presence, and we will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, for the final showdown. Norway Chess women. Just one more day to go. Please be with us. God, I'm gonna miss this event. See you tomorrow.